GD Vahandina August Majin Y, Curum Falcha Ikali Rove Galer, Higham Park Row and Shaw and Gweedore, Donegal for this year's MIT Technology Reviews Innovation Under 35 Festival. It's Misha Leonie Worku. I'm a student in Queen's University Belfast, hopefully graduating this year, fingers crossed, all going well, but I'm also a technical support engineer with Options Technology. It is an honour to be here today with you all to celebrate and to learn about the work of this generation's innovators, humanitarians and entrepreneurs who are helping to solve the problems that affect modern society. As some of you may already know, this is the first time that Ireland has been chosen as the location for the festival. In my opinion, there is nowhere more perfect than Tíorgarch Álainn to reboot the festival after a 2-year hiatus caused by the dreaded C word, the coronavirus, than the beautiful Gaeltacht of Gweedore. I spend every summer in Iarthuaisceart na Tíre, so it makes me very happy to see that the region and other Gaeltacht regions are being recognised as hotspots for innovators, entrepreneurs and investors. I myself am a member of the steering group for the festival, so I have witnessed firsthand the immense amount of time and effort that has gone into planning a jam-packed 3 days of panel discussions, keynote speeches, tech demonstrations, as well as opportunities to experience the Áilleacht or the beauty of the local area. Although in saying that, the MIT Féile de na Nuálaithe Faoi Tucha Cúig wouldn't be possible without our amazing partners. Údarás na Gaeltachta, Northwest City Region Council, which spans across Derry City, Strabane and Donegal, the new Atlantic Technological University, National University of Ireland Galway, Open University, Catalyst and Uno Square. We have some amazing speakers who have travelled from various countries all across the world to be here today, from Andorra, Ecuador, to Spain and the Basque Country, and even all the way from San Francisco. Some of those who have also had the honour of flying into Donegal Airport, which has been named the most scenic airport in the world, and I'm very jealous if you've had the chance to experience that. To start off this morning's events, it is a privilege to welcome MIT Technology Review's Innovators Under 35 Global Ambassador Ted Hu to this year's event. Since its creation, MIT Technology Review has been publishing the list of the most brilliant innovators under 35 that are making exciting strides, shaping their fields, and solving problems in remarkably different ways. And within the last 4 years of being with MIT Technology Review, Ted has had the opportunity to facilitate the international editions of the festival and in turn be the bridge between the regional competitions. Please give a warm welcome and a bula bus ulwar to Ted Hu.
Bonjour à tous et merci d'être venus. En fait, c'est ma première fois de présenter en français pour MIT Technology Review. Donc, si vous pouvez, soyez sages avec moi. Alors, on continue. Je suis ravi d'être ici et de partager aujourd'hui avec vous une journée d'innovation où l'on célèbre certains des plus brillants travaux des jeunes esprits d'Europe. Innovators Under 35 est notre opportunité annuelle de voir non seulement où la technologie en est, mais où elle va et qui la dirige. Après les nominations, leurs travaux sont évalués par notre panel de juges qui ont une expertise dans des domaines tels que l'intelligence artificielle, la biotechnologie, les logiciels, l'énergie et les matériaux. Et maintenant en anglais. After a brief hiatus, on behalf of MIT Technology Review Global and my colleagues who are here with me today, we have come from near and far to welcome you to Innovators Under 35 Europe. MIT Technology Review is an innovative, digitally oriented global media company with a mission to bring about better informed and more conscious decisions about technology through authoritative, influential, and trustworthy journalism. Established in 1999 in honor of MIT Technology Review's 100th anniversary, the Innovators Under 35 list was initially conceived as a list of 100 innovators. By the mid-2000s, the list had evolved to focus on 35 global innovators each year. In 2010, we expanded our search for the most promising innovators by organizing regional editions of the list. Today, we have regional versions in China, Europe, Japan, Korea, Latin America, and the Middle East. We search for individuals whose superb technical work promises to shape the coming decades. Our goal is to recognize the development of new technology or the creative application of existing technologies to solve the world's biggest problems. We reward ingenious and elegant work that matters to the world at large, not just to peers in a particular field or industry. The broad themes of this year's Innovators Under 35 Europe include artificial intelligence, advanced material, biotechnologies, amongst others. I'm really looking forward to hearing from this year's honorees and celebrating their nominations with them, and I hope you do too. I'm so glad you could all be here with us today in Donegal, and please enjoy the show.
Guramahiga Ted, Isa Krista, Slui and Dahasti and Shar Maji. So Bula Busserista Ted Hugh Hanning Balhagas Boston. Ted, thank you very much for opening. Thanks, Russell, for coming all the way to Boston to be with us. I'm Marcin O'Mwillior, the convener of the MIT Innovators Under 35 Europe. We were now going to go to Dmytro Shimkiv in Ukraine, in Kyiv. So we're going to move it about a little bit. Dmytro is probably the preeminent business person and business leader in Ukraine involved in the digital economy. He worked for the government in its entire internet and e-policies. And, you know, this is one of the amazing things about the Ukrainian resistance. He remains in Kyiv, as do so many other prominent people in Ukraine. And Dmytro, for sure, has the resources and ability to leave Kyiv if he wished to. He wrote to me this morning saying, "I'm now still on the road after testing pilot project on the front lines. I hope that in 3 hours I will have stable connection with data. Alternative is audio call. I've decided not to go with an audio call." He said, and he sent another email saying if we call him at 11:20 our time, and we'll try and do that. So if we can't be able to get him an audio call, but the commitment of Dmytro, his willingness to talk to us from Ukraine, our determination that the entire tech community of Europe should stand with Ukraine, not least because it's pioneering contribution to European tech, many great founders based in Ukraine, including Dmytro himself, who heads up now a digital pharma company. So we're going to pause Dmytro and come back to him at 11:20. So we'll move on with the rest of the programme. So another Talijanu Ogum Sanishna Tamazgola Akal Fishan Unar Barchi Nera August Ajir Connell on Reagan a Hrasni and Choran Le Tarish Ginshin Cantor Shin and Reagan Shin Coronul and Shin Clinhima Jonara. So we're going to move ahead with the programme. My job now is to introduce you to a short video which highlights the work of our partners in the Northwest City region, Derry and Donegal councils, which of course is the foremost cross-border partnership on the island. And then after that we'll hear from Minister Jack Chambers, ta ahasar and grown Tara Abelda Hacht Arer, Leve Lin Majin, Tantara or Rinya the Nadini and Shaw, Nakme to Abelda Ve Bluffailesh, Morris is Dr. Kylie August Kulra and Snaholi Acte Eiga, August Beisha Lord Charbal, Tashana Ara Steich, Donegal Tacht, August Foster, Tasha and a Hakta Dala de Wallaclia. After the video, we'll hear from Minister Jack Chambers, Minister for the Gaeltacht, and many other parts of his portfolio as well, but Minister for the Gaeltacht, who came in last night on that beautiful flight to join us. The Minister represents a Dublin constituency. He is one of the people you won't be able to bluff today because he has a background in the sciences. He's a qualified doctor, so he will understand what's happening. So let's see the video, and then I want you to give a big round of applause for Minister Jack Chambers who will come up on the stage. So, on Fishan.
Gurmagwib a charde mar aristat na Gaeltachta is mílim fáilte mhór a chur na Nuálaithe go léir agus de ran fortaithe ón tír seo agus ón Eorp chuig MIT Nuálaithe faoi trocha cuaig fiche dó. Tá mar rion Har bheitsásta a bheith gobar I bartíocht na húdarás na Gaeltachta MTech agus leis an MIT Technology Review a chun an ócáid tábhachtach seo a rachtáil sa Gaeltacht. Os rud é nach bhfuil Gaeilge ar a dul ag hiileadin an seo ar maidin le roí mé a méarle mar an wish to live. As Minister for the Gaeltacht and Government Chief Whip, and on behalf of the Irish Government, I'm delighted to welcome all of the participants to the event and especially all the innovators from various parts of Europe. We are delighted to be working in partnership with Údarás na Gaeltachta, MTech, MIT Technology Review and all the other collaborators to host this event in the heart of the Gaeltacht. An event like this is really important in highlighting the significance of innovation and creativity in achieving sustainable development. Sustainability, innovation and creativity are central to Údarás na Gaeltachta's vision for the Gaeltacht and are core part of its strategy for economic, social and cultural development. An event such as this enables innovators and entrepreneurs from across the Gaeltacht and indeed other parts of Ireland to connect with, to learn from and to explore ways to collaborate with entrepreneurs and innovators from other parts of Europe. Looking at the programme of events for the festival, it's clear there will be of huge benefit in highlighting key innovations that are being developed and also really important in highlighting the ecosystem of support that exists to assist innovators and entrepreneurs. I'm glad to see that the opportunity has been seized to involve local schools in order to promote the entrepreneurship among emerging generations here in Donegal and as part of the festival. This festival is based in Gweedore Business Park and around GTech Gweedore. As you may be aware, GTech Gweedore is part of the Gaeltacht Digital Network. This is a network of some 30 digital hubs developed and under development across Ireland's Gaeltacht regions, from Tory Island in the north to Cape Clear Island in the south. Digital hubs are being developed to support entrepreneurship, remote working, and also to facilitate companies who may wish to establish satellite offices or bases in rural areas and allow employees to avail of a good quality of life and the world-class facilities being developed in these hubs. Connectivity and utilisation of new technologies are levelling the playing field for rural areas such as Ireland's Gaeltacht, and has been demonstrated that the work can be carried out just as effectively with good connectivity and facilities with no disadvantages compared to those located in major urban areas. New technologies are also playing their part in the development of the Irish language nationally and internationally. My department is currently completing the development of its own digital strategy for the Irish language, which aims to support research and development in relation to Irish language digital technologies. This will have many positive aspects for Irish speakers and Gaeltacht communities, including applications for visually impaired Irish speakers, educational applications, particularly across the Irish medium educational sector, but also in English medium settings, voice activation technology, speech-to-text technology, and improved search engines, to name but a few. This strategy will also present opportunities for enterprise startups for Irish speakers, particularly in the Gaeltacht, where supports offered by Údarás na Gaeltachta will be available. Turning to highlight a number of individual projects supported by my own department, the Department of Tourism, Culture, Arts, Gaeltacht, Sport and the Media is supporting Trinity College Dublin in the development of the Aber.ie project. This innovative project involves researching and development of voice synthesis systems to present a wide range of dialects. This technology is of particular importance for minority languages as they increase the global visibility of language and are attractive to the younger generations. The Irish language synthesizer can be of particular benefit to people with visual or vocal impairment, not only in terms of education, but also in terms of facilitating better social inclusion. I understand that Professor Alvini Kaseja and her vibrant and young team of researchers from Trinity College are showcasing their work here this week, and I recommend that many of you engage and speak with them. In addition, my department collaborates closely with and funds research in Dublin City University. Gaeltech and DCU is another cutting-edge research and development language technology project for Irish, carried out in the ADAPT Centre, which is part of the School of Computing in DCU. This project will contribute to enabling the Irish language to be more easily understood, processed and interpreted by computers. Automated processing of social media text enables us to understand the evolution of the Irish language in the digital age and get a clear picture of Irish as a living language. On the 31st of December of last year, we saw the ending of the derogation for the use of the Irish language in the institutions of the European Union, an important milestone for the language which had been long in planning. The ending of the derogation has seen the number of Irish-speaking staff within the EU institutions increase substantially and provides a career path for those interested in pursuing a career with Irish in the European Union institutions. One of the significant projects undertaken by my own department to support this was the Lex IATE project, which we provide funding to compile a database of EU terminology as well as terminology from Irish statutory instruments, and to make that database available to the EU institutions for the open source multilingual database. This forms a vital part of the development of machine translation technology across the European Union, and is a project with which my department is proud to be associated, as it facilitates one of the cornerstones of the European project, which is multilingualism and respect for the myriad of different cultures across the European Union. I know many of you are involved in science and technology. As was mentioned earlier on, I'm a medical doctor as well as being in politics, but I'm full-time in politics now. As you can imagine, it's a busy role, and it's excellent to see many innovators across science and technology here as well. And we've got a really exciting amount of business innovation here in Gweedore, and I know from my previous visits to the area how we've cutting-edge science development here, and I know many of you will have an opportunity to engage in that as well. And across the island of Ireland, we've many exciting young entrepreneurs who are at the cutting edge of technology and research across healthcare as well, and that's something that excites me, and the opportunities for collaboration. But also across many other areas in climate action and sustainability. As a country, we're trying to front up to our responsibilities there. I know from engaging with some of the people here earlier on this morning, that's an area of huge research and development, and areas for collaboration, as we all face the prospect of having to front up in our own individual lives, build on more global action across climate change, and the opportunities for people to innovate and partner with the state in doing more and fronting up to our responsibilities, so we protect our world for future generations. So just want to say this event represents an enormous opportunity for the Gaeltacht and other rural areas, and it's good to see that as a central part of Údarás's strategy, and indeed those of many other organisations serving parts of the Gaeltacht. Events such as this are of great benefit in connecting people in regions such as the Gaeltacht to like-minded people and potential collaborators in other regions of Europe, and I'm certain that valuable learning, exchange of ideas and opportunities for cooperation and collaboration will emerge from this event. Arish bwalham buchas gacha le gachtin a bhí pártach in agrú na himachta agus cuim gach rá orav an ish agus sa tauki gurv méle mahagwyv galer.
Gur mai gyda ara as a bheling inniu sa Gaeltacht in Gweedore agus as an cur lahar sin. I hope that we get to speak to Dimitri later on live from Ukraine. But up next, we have our first panel of the day to discuss the Northwest City region as a hotspot for innovation. Across Derry City, Strabane and Donegal, the Council has been working towards their Northwest Strategic Growth Initiatives, ensuring that there is a strong focus on investment, growth and prosperity for the region, and to also plan strategic opportunities for economic growth. On that note, I would like to welcome the chair of this panel, Malachy O'Neill, who is the Director of Regional Engagement at Ulster University, alongside Anna, John, Steve and John to the stage.
Gur míle maigad Lia agus an luthar go dearmsa bheith an seo ima walla spiridalta hain fa Gweedore ar maidin don ócad seo. It's my privilege to host this morning's panel in my spiritual home of the Gaeltacht community here in Gweedore. My name's Malachy O'Neill. I'm a Professor of Irish and Director of Regional Engagement at Ulster University. And I'm delighted to welcome on stage our four panellists for this discussion on the Northwest City region, a hotspot of innovation. We're joined this morning by Anna Nuálaithe. Anna is the Cathaoirleach of Údarás na Gaeltachta and provided our welcome address last evening. John Kelpie is the CEO of Derry City and Strabane District Council. We're joined also by John McLaughlin, CEO of Donegal County Council, and last but by no means least, Steve Orr, who is CEO of Catalyst, who have a presence in both jurisdictions. This event generally shines a spotlight on the unique and aspiring Northwest City region as a true hotspot of innovation. This city region is unique in many ways, straddles two jurisdictions and offers easy access to both EU and UK markets. With over 350,000 people in its population and boasting a highly skilled workforce, coupled with a diverse and growing range of large multinationals who call this city region home, this truly is a special place, and we're delighted to welcome guests to this event from the four corners of the globe. So, to kick off, I'll go to the custodian of the Gaeltacht in this morning's panel. Anna, this conference brings together a vast array of global talent in terms of creativity and innovation. In many ways, those priorities align with the agency you're representing in this morning's discussion. Can you tell us a little bit about Údarás na Gaeltachta and the role it plays in this locale?
Certainly, Malachy. Yes, so Údarás na Gaeltachta is the national state agency responsible for the economic, social and cultural development of the Gaeltacht, which is the Irish-speaking area of Ireland, or the Irish-speaking heartland of Ireland. And our ultimate aim is to provide all of this kind of development in order to ensure the continuation, the strengthening, the conservation, but also the development of the Irish language. So that's it in a nutshell.
Yeah, Anna, and the space we're in this morning, it's reflective of the kind of investment and innovative facilities and spaces that have emerged in this region in recent times. What impact has that had on this rural community?
Well, I think it has had a considerable impact on this area. In fact, the impact is only beginning to be felt in many ways. As everybody knows, the world has changed utterly in the last 2 to 3 years with the arrival, I suppose, of COVID on our shores, which meant that many changes took place, you know, in social terms, but also, I suppose, in terms of even migration within Ireland itself, for instance, and that I know has happened in other countries, where young people return to their home areas, sometimes because rents were cheaper or totally free if they were living with their parents, to work remotely. And so overnight, many companies switched to remote working. And I suppose what I like to say is that in a way we've now come to redefine the notion of remote. That remote now means an area which is no longer, in which high-speed internet is no longer available. And these centres, such as the GTEC here in Gweedore and our other centres that the Minister alluded to just earlier, make high-speed and connectivity available to a large number of people who have chosen to live in rural areas and to benefit of the kind of healthy lifestyle associated with these kinds of communities and areas.
Anna. And John Kelpie, John, you've been a champion of cross-border collaboration for many years, and your leadership of Derry City and Strabane District Council has been pivotal in the development of the Northwest Strategic Growth Partnership. Can you give us an insight into the genesis of that partnership?
Yeah, well, thanks, Malachy. I suppose Derry, Donegal, Tyrone have always, over the decades and over the centuries, the people of these areas have always worked together And I suppose the councils in particular have collaborated over decades. But it's probably true to say that that's been very much on a project-by-project basis until maybe 2015, 2016, when the councils, together with both governments, said, look, we've got to stop this back-to-back planning. You know, we're in different jurisdictions. We've obviously got different statutory responsibilities. But the Northwest is one place. It's one people. The businesses work together. People cross the border on a daily basis. We really do need to start working strategically together. And that was the genesis of the current partnership. Both councils initially came together, supported by the Northern Ireland Executive and the Irish Government. We report into the North-South Ministerial Council, the structures that have been set up under the Good Friday Agreement. And so it was transformational. What began to happen then was the business community, through the Chambers of Commerce, began to start working more closely together. The educational establishments, Ulster University, LYIT, now Atlantic Technical, Donegal ETA, the Northwest Regional College, again, all began to start working much more closely together, signed up a memorandum of understanding. And so I suppose that journey has been a really exciting one. Over the last couple of years, we're now in a place where, at a strategic level, we collaborate right across the region. We've developed a climate change and adaptation policy for the Northwest. We're looking at an energy strategy, very important right now that we look at that on a wider basis. We collaborate economically. The fact that we're here together today demonstrates that we think of this place as one place. So that collaboration is going from strength to strength, is really finding traction with our business community in particular, and heavily supported by our governments.
Yeah. Thank you, John. And moving to John's Donegal equivalent, also John McLaughlin. John, we've heard John Kelpie describe the close collaboration, particularly in that sort of the past 5-6 year period, and the progress that's been made. And cross-border collaboration in research and education is pivotal, clearly. And John's already alluded to the inception of the Atlantic Technological University, and we're delighted to have Orla as the new president join us at this event also. Can you give us a sense of the impact the inception of the new institution has for Donegal?
Thanks, Malachy. Yes. Yeah, and first of all, let's say, the ATU in Donegal, Letterkenny, Killybegs, is the newest university in Ireland, established 7 weeks ago. And first of all, just thank all those who worked hard on that for years to achieve it. And that's where the real hard work was done. And now we look forward to what really will be a game changer for Donegal and the whole of the Northwest region, I think. And I'm a former student of LYIT myself, and I went on to University in Galway and lead on to US. And it's a bit of the story of our history. A lot of our young people and students left the region to go to university, and a lot of them didn't come back. And then when you're away long enough, sometimes it's not easy coming back when you establish roots and families and so on, and then a few do come back. But I think this gives a huge opportunity for us, for young people who for years did huge work all around the world and took their place. Now they can stay local here and have their education, and then having a university, and all university towns have prospered over the years. You see from not just the student population, but the research and innovation that spins off that. If you look even on the island of Ireland, I'd use the example of Cork, Limerick or Galway, how they prospered from their university settings over the years. There's a lead-in time, of course, and I'd say both councils here, Derry and Donegal, we're planning now for that and making investments that will probably pay off in the 5 to 10 year period ahead. We're planning ahead, so we're very excited about that. I just might leave it there, no time's tight.
Yeah, thank you, John. And I should also like to pay tribute to Paul Hannigan and the leadership he's shown over a great many years, and the work that led up to the inception, of course, of the new ATU, and instilling that sense of collaboration between the FE and HE partners across the Northwest City region. In terms, then, John, of the unique context here, You've been leading on the development of a single FDI strategy for the region also. Can you give us a little insight into that?
Yeah, in a minute or two, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose, and as mentioned, we have a population in the region of 350,000 here collectively in the Northwest. We're much better to collaborate and complement each other rather than compete, and we recognised that a long time ago. So we've developed that strategy to I suppose, develop a future for our people under four main pillars: the fin and the business tech, new generation technologies and manufacturing, the medical and the health fields, and the creative sector. Some we feel we have a unique strength in here in the Northwest, and the strategy is to actually to produce people and talent that will serve those pillars in the years ahead. I think we always said a job in Donegal or our job in Derry equally important to the region, and we don't fight over that. And then all forces are there. And I think the video that we've seen earlier is a very good example of that. Anyone looking at that across the world wouldn't have any thought about a border between the place. But just say that's one region, and it's a lot to offer.
Yeah, thank you, John. And Steve, Catalyst have a unique role to play in this innovation ecosystem here in the Northwest City region. Your presence in both Derry and Letterkenny is central to that, and it's well aligned with the further and higher education partners in the city region. Can you speak to that partnership?
Yeah, so I think, hi Malachy, thank you. I think Catalyst's role is really to build on the foundation that's been created by Ulster University, Derry and Strabane Council, and in the Gaeltacht, and Donegal Council, and Paul Hannigan and LYIT and our partners there. Because Catalyst is a science and tech hub, and we focus on two geographies. So one is Belfast, and the other one is the Northwest region of Ireland. And we just completed a 20-year pivot because, and we asked this question, did a lot of qualitative research asking what does everybody need from Catalyst that only Catalyst can do as we evolve into this next period. And so Catalyst's new vision is opportunity for all from world-leading innovation. So we want to build on the foundation that has already been created in helping to narrowly develop world-leading positions in a few sectors and technology strengths. And that was a vision that was arrived at through a very consultative, very inclusive process. But what's really important to us is that the opportunities that are created in these new leading cluster economical sectors are accessible to everybody. Okay, not as traditionally happened that they might just be accessible for kids who are good at passing exams, you know, the meritocracy, but we all work a little bit harder to make sure the opportunity is more accessible. So within that context, Catalyst's role is to make it easy for you to innovate. Okay, whether you're a multinational corporation, whether you're a startup, whether you're a scale-up, whether you're an academic researcher, or whether you're a kid furthest from opportunity, but you would love to get into this space, but you feel as if you just don't belong. So Catalyst's role is, if you look at all of the investments that have been mentioned already in the Northwest, how can we help to leverage that? How can we customize solutions of collaborative research and development? How can we customize solutions of talent? How can we customize and curate the whole startup ecosystem that we help as a non-profit organization that help to develop across the region? How can we leverage that for the benefit of the companies?
Thank you very much, Steve. And on that point, and back to Anna, John McLaughlin's already spoken of the creative sector as a pillar of that, one of the four pillars of that FDI strategy for the region. And I've no doubt that John Kelpie will reference Derry Girls at some point in this morning's discussion. But that sense of culture and creativity, what's the role of language in the USP of this region?
Well, obviously, I think it's central, obviously, to the identity of the region. It was Professor Kieran O'Hogarty last night mentioned the work of Finbar O'Brien on the notion of a strong cultural identity as an advantage for people in setting up businesses and in, I suppose, harnessing creativity. And that's very much, I suppose, also part of our philosophy within Nuálaithe and Gaeltacht. The notion of being bilingual already provides certain advantages, very definitely, but also, a unique place where people are used to the notion of language. And I think migration is set to continue for many years to come. Ireland is already a multilingual country. We speak about, in the last census, the estimation was that we spoke 212 different languages. 13% of the population speak a language other than Irish and English at home in the Republic of Ireland. So language is part of what we do, and the notion of a very strong cultural sense of identity is very much part of who we are in the Gaeltacht. And if John is going to mention Derry Girls, then I must mention Enya, whose music is known the world over, as well as Clonad, as well as Mairad Niwini in Alton, who have brought the music and cultural heritage of this small region to the four corners of the earth. I mean, I remember once being in a boutique in Hong Kong, and one of Enya's songs was being played there. So language is very important, and I think also that sometimes we underestimate the power of understanding other cultures through language. And so that, if you are bilingual, you are automatically open to the notion of other cultures, because you live in a kind of a sort of duality, I suppose, in a way. And that's very, very important to what we do here. I'll finish on that. I could go on for hours.
Anna, and I suppose the uniqueness and the USP of this region has been made all the more Sihul are unique by the onset of things like Brexit. We've dealt with the COVID pandemic in recent times as well. John Kelpie, tell us about how the innovative capacity of the Northwest has reacted to the change in circumstances through Brexit, COVID, etc.
So, look, much has been talked already. We're a border region. We're a trans-jurisdictional space, and Derry, Donegal, Tyrone, border people, they've had to face huge challenge. They live through massive uncertainty. I mean, I've been asked to reference Derry Girls, but look at the difficulties they've had to live with, that generation has had to deal with. And as a result, they're hardwired to adapt, to flex, to disrupt, and they're natural innovators. They've had to do that to survive. So you layer on top of that now the recent developments in the last number of decades, increasingly good infrastructure, good connectivity to the outside world, particularly digital connectivity, world-class educational establishments that we've already mentioned, good solid government backing and support, on top of a very, very young population who are open to the possibilities of the world, and given that hardwired nature that they have, they're no longer surviving, they're now thriving in that multi-jurisdictional border space. And so the challenges of Brexit and COVID and now the cost of living crisis, I mean, obviously there are deep personal issues there and family issues and that need to be overcome. But once they have been overcome, you're finding in this region that they're using those big sort of macro factors as opportunities to grow. Whether from a Brexit perspective, we're now the only region in Europe that straddles the United Kingdom, European Union, all the benefits of that. There's companies all across this region beginning to see that fantastic, unique opportunity. Obviously, COVID has led to people working from home, businesses relocating, using all of that opportunity to blend work-life balance. And in terms of the cost of living crisis, beginning to find ways to make your euro or your pound go further, to try to make businesses leaner. And this is the region to do it, and this is the place to do it, and there's a history of doing it here, and there's a hunger to do it here. So you see that very much coming through from this region. The infrastructure supports that now. The institutions understand it, and places like Catalyst have really propelled that into a very new and exciting place.
Yeah. For sure. And John McLaughlin, Donegal have led the way in terms of developing a remote working strategy as well, the first council in Ireland to implement such a strategy. Can you give us an update on how that's progressing?
Yeah, Malachy, and I suppose, yeah, we've seen the opportunity early on. We didn't set out to be the first, it just turned out that way. But I think, and it was quite well described by the Minister earlier, what remote working is, and indeed Anna as well. It's not about sitting at home working. While that can be form part of it, we see it more as utilising the digital hubs and so on, and GTech here and the other routers are good examples. In Donegal County Council, we've supported up to 10 others, and there's lots across there in Strabane as well. They provide a great opportunity for people with enhanced digital infrastructure to work maybe a couple of days a week in there. They could work for a global company, come in and benefit from the supports that those centres can offer in terms of even creating your own business, or the people that Steve talked about coming in, the innovators, that you have all the supports there, and the hope would be you'd grow other companies out of that. We have great locations for lifestyle, and what you do after work is very important as well to people and families. So have all that in Donegal. So we have a lot of clusters there, and people wouldn't be far away from any of the digital hubs and high-speed broadband. Come in there and work, and I suppose help us and help yourself.
Yeah, and in developing that ecology for the future of work, Catalyst obviously will play a pivotal role in this space. I know you have some exciting plans for expansion in both jurisdictions also, Steve. So over the next 10 years, what do these plans for expansion look like, and what impact does that have on this Northwest City region?
Well, I think if you look at the world is crazy, and it doesn't look like it's going to get any less crazy anytime soon. But there's two big factors, just to talk about quite quickly, to put into context those plans. The first is that there's been a real crash in the valuation of technology companies around the world. So there is an anticipated big layoff coming of about 20% of employees of technology companies are probably going to be let go soon. And employees who are working remotely will not be favoured within that because of the relationship that employers want to see more people back more regularly. So an advantage that the Northwest has, that John and John were just both talking about the importance of the digital hubs and the physical places where people can come into, as against just people working from a beach and a laptop. There's much better chance to have the infrastructure here in that post-mass layoff. Up until this week, I've heard people say that there's been a war for talent, and talent won, but I think it might swing back in the other direction. And I think that from what we've already heard about the investments, the Northwest is actually pretty well established for that. Yeah. And then the second one is climate. We're probably not going to get too many days in a row here over 50 degrees, like other parts of the world, right? But if you look out of the window, and because we've got so many incredible people who are here, and the one thing I would just want you to leave with is just this thought: this is paradise, right? Look, it rains, and it's beautiful, but also it doesn't rain actually that often. And so as a place to consider about where you're going to locate operations, where you're going to locate employees within an infrastructure that exists, this is actually paradise with really good tech as well, because there's serious investment into technology capability between Derry and Donegal in artificial intelligence and bio-inspired artificial intelligence, in cobotics and in genomics as well. So as the conversation progresses today, I just want you to bear that in mind. Paradise with great tech.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. And as they said locally, Cias Jalan, the shower is always followed by a bright spell. So, Gurmil Moigif, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Gurmila Maigov, Malachy, Anna, and the two Johns for that discussion. It is inspiring to see how everyone in the Northwest City Council works together for their people. Up next, we will have a fireside chat with Mary McKenna, MBE, who is the co-founder of Awaken Hub, alongside Professor Mark Ferguson, the chair of the European Innovation Council and the chief scientific advisor to the government in the Republic of Ireland, where they will be discussing leading Irish innovation and future trends. There is no doubt that Mary and Mark are experts when it comes to innovation on the island of Ireland, so I'm sure they will have lots of knowledge to share with us all. But before that, we will have a short video from Ulster University to show the work that they do as one of the 3 universities in the north of Ireland, with campuses in Belfast, Coleraine, Derry and Jordanstown. We are very grateful for their support and generosity as a partner for this festival.
With the City Deal, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Derry and Strabane. The City Deal investment package now stands at a £250 million investment in our collective future. Our Inclusive Strategic Growth Plan 2017 to 2030 sets out a bold vision for a thriving, prosperous and sustainable city and district with equality of opportunity for all. To deliver on that big opportunity, we need to act strategically and we need to think long term. We have all of the ingredients for success to attract people to study, to work, to live, and to invest right here, and to build their future right here.
The Derry and Strabane City Deal will be key to the recovery effort as we seek to build a stronger economy after the fallout of COVID-19. As Northern Ireland's civic university, we deliver outstanding research that encourages innovation and an inspired vision for our society. We are delighted to contribute world-class research expertise in high-growth areas such as artificial intelligence, robotics and personalised medicine. By establishing new research centres of excellence and a School of Medicine in the heart of our community, we will develop an innovation corridor along the River Faoi. This innovation corridor will become a pathway to a bright future for the city and the North West.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you all this morning. My name is Mary McKenna. I'm a serial technology entrepreneur and angel investor. And I am joined here this morning by Professor Mark Ferguson, who is the former Director General of Science Foundation Ireland, former advisor to the Irish State in terms of scientific matters, and he's also the chairman of the European Innovation Council. So, Mark, it's an absolute pleasure to see you here in Donegal this morning. You're very, very welcome.
Thank you.
And we only have 20 minutes, so we're going to just jump straight in here with questions because I've actually got probably like 2 days worth of questions for Mark, so I'm going to try and keep it down to 20 minutes. So, Chairman of the EIC, would you mind just telling the audience here today a little bit about what the European Innovation Council is?
Sure.
What it does, how we can access it, and whether there's actually anything there for people from the Northern Ireland and the UK in a post-Brexit world?
Great. Okay, so the European Innovation Council is a new instrument from the European Commission. And in simple terms, if you compare Europe to either United States or China, we're pretty good at the science. If you look at any metrics, those 3 blocks are about the same. We're pretty good at startups. So if you look at the number of startups that are formed in China, Europe, and the US, it's about the same. But if you look at scale-ups, in other words, companies that grow, then we are nowhere near as good as the United States. So in order to address that, there are kind of a number of issues, one of which is finance, which I'll speak about, another is connection and so on. So on finance, the European Innovation Council has a fund of just over 10 billion, with a B, euros, and that is in 3 simple programs. The first is called Pathfinder, which is really like the United States DARPA. It's about technology challenges that are set, that teams compete with, that are managed by programs, and it involves consortia of universities and companies. The second is Transition, which is what it says on the tin, 2.5 million euros to transition your innovative idea from academia or from wherever into a standalone company. And then the main part of the EIC is the Accelerator Programme, which is for small companies, for startups, for small companies that are formed in the deep tech sector. So what is deep tech? IT, healthcare, climate change, anything that's to do with deep technology. It's not about hairdressing and butcher shops, it's about deep technology. And under the Accelerator program, a company can get €2.5 million in a grant and up to €30 million in equity funding. So our aim is to crowd in private investors. So we aim for 5 to 1. It's currently 3 to 1. So every euro that the EIC puts in, we're looking for 3 to 5 euros from the private sector. It's about taking a high risk, not a stupid risk. So it's about investing early. We will be the first investor if necessary. We will never price the round. We will do that by venture debt, and then that will convert with the private investors into the equity investment. And we're about trying to crowd in other investors. We want to work in partnership with everybody, with state agencies, with national agencies, with organizations you heard about in the previous panel, with private companies, all the rest of it. It's about crowding things in. And then finally, it's also about connecting. So there are corporate days with major corporations, there are investor days, and so on. So this is for European companies. You asked me about Northern Ireland and the UK. So at the moment, the UK is not associated formally with the European programs, and therefore none of them are available. That is going to be solved at some point in the future. It's in the middle of a political negotiation. When it is, as currently structured, the UK have decided they do not want to be part of the equity investment. So they do not want the UK, do not want the equity piece of the EIC. That's because it's administered through the European Investment Bank, which in turn is subject to the European Court of Justice, which the UK does not want to sign up to. So when they associate with Horizon Europe, the grant part will be available, but not the equity part. Unless, of course, that changes. I think it would be in everybody's best interest if it did, but that's a higher level of politics.
So I'm going to translate that into layman's language for everybody in the room. That is €2.5 million for a small or medium-sized enterprise, which is free money, no equity. That is a grant that is pumped into your innovative business to kickstart you and get you out of the starting blocks. So every single person in this room who's a member of an EU state should be looking at the EIC page on the website and applying immediately, because there's another round coming up in a couple of months. So, Mark, I work on the jury, as you're aware, and many of the innovations that I see coming through are to do with health tech and med tech. Maybe 70% of what we fund in the EU are those types of innovations. I'd like to ask you about how you've seen those sort of bleeding edge innovations trickle down for the benefits of citizens across the EU, and maybe talk a little bit about how it benefits society.
Absolutely. So, I mean, the EIC was in a pilot phase for 3 years. In that time, we have created 10 companies that are now worth more than $1 billion, 150 companies that are worth more than 100 million, and a whole pile of others. So if you look at those investments, about a third of them are in healthcare, as you said, about a third of them are in digital, and about a third of them are in climate. And if you look at some of those, I can give you examples. For example, in the healthcare area, people looking at new heart valves. If you look at the climate change technologies that we see here with some of the innovators about carbon capture and storage, about ways of utilizing CO2 as a catalyst. If you're asking me for things that I think you'll see coming in the next few years, then I think a new kid on the block will be dual-use technology. The war in Ukraine has actually highlighted the importance of dual-use technology, not just for citizens, but also for the military. Let me give you an example. A French company that the EIC has invested in is using solar-powered drones. So if you think about this, in theory, you can make a drone that flies forever. If you put a solar panel on it and you have battery and it's recharging the battery from the sun, it can theoretically fly forever. That's a real technical challenge. It's to do with the weight of the panels and the weight of the battery and all that kind of stuff and what the payload is. That is of massive importance in terms of geo-surveying, of deliveries and so on. But it's also got military significance. And so why do I say this? In the last year, NATO has created a new innovation hub and a brand new innovation fund, several billion euros, really focusing on this dual use and indeed on other military technologies. So I think you'll see that come to the fore. You will definitely see come to the fore green technologies of all sorts. That's really important. You'll see health stuff come forward. You'll see digital stuff come forward. There's massive, massive opportunity. I mean, one of the great things is the EIC gets about 5,000 applications a month. The success rate is very low. It's of low percentage, and that's because there are such high numbers of applications. But the quality is very good, and a new innovation is that if you are deemed to be fundable, but above, or I beg your pardon, below the threshold of which we have funding, then the country can use structural funds to directly invest in the company without breaching state aid rules. That's something that took me 3 years to get through the Commission, that you can make a single investment without breaching state aid rules. So there's a huge push to try and get innovation in Europe, to try and get scale up in Europe. And at the back end of that, France, Germany, and a lot of other European countries are coming together with a scale-up fund that will be 100 billion in a scale-up fund to make later stage big-ticket investments of the sort that you see in the United States to really scale these companies. So Europe is serious. It has fantastic companies. It has fantastic innovation. It's got fantastic opportunities in regions like this. Completely blank page in a lot of new areas like climate change, and we are serious about making this happen.
Thank you. And I'm going to just take things back a little bit more to maybe something that people in the room can relate to. If there's anybody here today or joining us online who fancies a career in innovation, what tips would you give them, Mark? Like, what are the building blocks? And maybe perhaps talk about some of the less trodden paths that you could come in through, not academic, other things?
Very good. So, I mean, I think there are 2 or 3 things to say. First of all, there is an assumption that an awful lot of these innovations come out of academia. Actually, they don't. So less than 50% come from academia. Many of them come from people who've worked in another company and have got an idea. Many of them are increasingly coming just from entrepreneurs who are thinking about things on their own. So we have to be very broad-minded. I mean, I always say, if you're looking at agri-tech, agricultural investment, you know, farmers are a real good source of innovation in agri-tech. But they're not people who've necessarily come through a university, nor are they necessarily looking for a new company, but they're often wanting to show off to their neighbour or make a bob or two more in terms of what they do in the agriculture. So we've got to be very broad and embracing. You asked me for a couple of tips. Resilience is really important. Lots of people are going to tell you lots of reasons why you can't succeed or why your idea is silly. You've got to have the foresight to take on board the really important feedback you're getting, but you also have to be able to dismiss stuff from what are essentially people who don't want to see change. So resilience is important. Sense of humor is really important. Like, you've got to be able to get on with people. You've got to be able to look at it. If you're an innovator, I've always said to people, do as much homework on your investors as they do on you. It's really important. You're going to be in bed with these people for a long time, so you've got to make sure you can get on with them, that you share the same values and so on. Those would be 2 or 3 tips.
That's the best piece of advice that you'll hear all day, actually, is do your due diligence on your investors. Don't just listen to what they say to you. And my last question for Mark this morning, as we wrap up here, is the European budget has been set now for the next 7 years, so we kind of know what we're doing for the next 7 years. What happens after that?
Very good. So there's a consultative process that takes place about halfway through. It'll be next year where the programs are reviewed. Our aim is to grow even more for innovation, to show the success, actually, of investment. I mean, this is a very bold move for the European Commission. It's the first time in its history that it's taken equity. So we are now the single largest investor in Europe. We are making more investments than any investment company. We make 100 investments a month. That's pretty damn good. And it's really, really important that we show the success. So I told you we've built companies of value. It's also really important we take a high risk. So I've set a metric that says we have to have a number of companies that fail. Because if that's not the case, we're not taking a high enough risk. So I think it's really important that we stimulate this. I think it's really important going forward that we invest more, that we encourage others to do it. My ultimate aim is that the European Innovation Council will make itself redundant, because Europe will be so attractive to the private sector that it will not be necessary to catalyse it with public money. And we're a bit away from that at the moment, but that's the aim. The aim is to make us so attractive that people want to invest, because these things are going to do good for the planet. They're going to improve people's health. They're going to improve the way they live. They're going to create employment, and they're going to make money. Now, what better combination is there for that? Making money, doing good for the planet, helping people, providing employment. I mean, that's what the innovation of the future is about, and Europe is serious about doing it.
So, thank you. You've heard it from the horse's mouths this morning. I'm going to repeat that. It's €2.5 million of free money into your business to kickstart your innovations. Mark and I are here. Come and talk to us. We can't wait to see your applications coming in. So, thank you, everybody.
Thanks very much.
For Mark or Mary, you will have a chance to do that at the Catalyst lunch later on. I'm learning so many tips and tricks for innovation already that I should probably be taking notes of them so that I don't forget them all. Next, we have one of the other members of the steering committee for this year's festival, Vanessa Arroyo, all the way from Andorra, to discuss sustainability and innovation on the road less travelled. I, for one, have seen the work Vanessa and the team in Andorra have put in behind the scenes for this year's festival, which is undoubtedly greatly appreciated by the team and everyone here today. Vanessa is the coordinator of Living Lab, which is a space for innovation projects coordination, research and design made available by the country's research and innovation team. Therefore, can we please give a warm welcome, or benvenguda, I hope I said that right, to Vanessa Arroyo.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. It has been a pleasure to participate in the steering committee of this Innovators Under 35 edition, and we are glad to be able to explain a little bit briefly about our country and which are the challenges that we are facing or related with sustainability and innovation. So, well, Andorra is a small country. A small country of 486 square kilometers, and where we are living there, 78,000 people. But the fact is that we receive each year 8 million of visitors. So they came mainly to skiing in our more or less 300 ski slopes. And this is a good activity for our economy and for our society. It's important to receive those visitors each year. But what is true is that this exposes a great challenge for us, because we have to balance between these activities and also our ecosystems, our sustainability and our environment. For us, the important comes, we are trying to create awareness, because from one side, for example, this last year, we declared the sports as a national sector of interest, and we are organizing a lot of championships and World Cups and so on, and this is amazing for us. But what is true is that those people come to Andorra and they have an impact in our environment, and in our mountains and in our species. So what we understood is that we need data. Of course, everybody knows that today without data you cannot manage your responses to the problems, and what we are working on is in profiling what are the patterns of mobility of our tourists, what they do, the density that they are, which is the density of during some periods of time of the year. And all this also give us information about how they move and how we can take decisions on real time. So I don't know if some of you have been skiing on Sahara sand. Yeah, but this happens last year. We received sandstorm, so this was new for us, and it was incredible. And yes, we started to think how that is important to be able to tackle the problems related with climate change. So, for example, now we have launched our challenge together with Planet Tech, and we have, in the UNESCO, we have launched this climate challenge in order to understand better what could happen if we receive extreme weather problems. This challenge is open, so we can invite you to participate if you want. And also we are trying to make a transition to new renewable or more sustainable energy sources. We have monitored what could happen if all the roofs of our buildings will put solar panels. And these kind of things are for us important, because give us information of how a small country as Andorra can manage itself their problems. No? We are participating also in the ERGA Europe project. This is interesting because through genome sequencing, we are understanding how this impact of the environment are impacting in our endemic species, and how we can try to do something as soon as possible, of course, to maintain the biodiversity. So yes, technology, sustainability. From Andorra Research and Innovation, for us, one of the main focus of work is to drive open innovation, because we are trying to put like a strength our tininess. And that means that, for example, for us it's important to create a network using all the stakeholders that are there, the public sector, the private sector, the academia, and so on. And then when we want to launch one of those pilots, we know that we are agile from that point of view. And this facilitates a lot to innovate and to regulate as fast as possible. So briefly, I would like to explain that we are now consolidating the Andorra Living Lab. That is, that we have entered to the network of living labs. So we are, connecting with other hubs of innovation around the world, and we are happy to learn from them mainly and to consolidate the project. And the next challenge for us is that nowadays the 10% of our territory is declared by UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, but we would like to become next year the first whole country declared a biosphere reserve. So now we are trying to finishing the candidature. And yes, only if you are interested on having more information about Andorra Living Lab, here there is a QR. And of course, if you want to come to visit us and to make tours, you are more than welcome. Guru may have agat, so sorry. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, or gracies. I think I should maybe stick to speaking Irish. There's a very good chance I'm mispronouncing these words in Catalan. To Vanessa Arroyo for sharing all the innovative work Andorra is doing. Another one of our partners who have supported this festival from start to finish is Ullscoil na Gaillimhe, or the National University of Ireland, Galway. We will show a short video from the university next, which will be then followed by our second panel of the day to discuss accelerating the green energy transition. This will be chaired by Anne-Marie Conlon, who is the Head of Economic Development in Donegal County Council, where she will be joined by Daniel Brown, Inti Grunenberg, and 2 of this year's MIT Innovators Under 35 winners, Swapnil Jagtap and Dr. William Brandt. So I'd like to invite this panel to the stage whilst we hear from our friends in NUIG.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here today to chair this panel discussion around looking at how we can accelerate the green transition. As Leah said, I'm Anne-Marie Conlon. I'm Head of Economic Development with Donegal County Council. And with us today, we have 4 really interesting contributors to our panel discussion. Each come from very different perspectives, and I think will give a really good kind of broad input into this whole topic around accelerating the green transition. So, and we're really looking forward to hearing the insights and the thoughts and the technology that you guys are developing in relation to this area of work. So we have today with us, we have Daniel Brown, who is the Commercial Director with Ronan Renewables. We have Dr. William Brandt, who is the founder of the Altris, a sodium-ion battery company. We also have with us Inti Grunenberg, who is the founder of Ichthion. I'm hoping I'm saying these words right, and apologies if I'm not. And Inti has developed technology that is looking to restore our rivers and our oceans from plastic pollution. And on screen we have Swapnil Jagtap, and Swapnil is joining us from London, and Swapnil is pioneering low-carbon aviation technology. So we're really delighted to have such an interesting panel here with us today. So first off, I'm going to go to Daniel Brown. Daniel, you work with Ronan Renewables, a renewable energy company that has been operating in Ireland really since the early 1990s, and I know that you're really interested in looking at what, I suppose really this part of the island of Ireland and the opportunities that exist around renewable energy. So, Daniel, can you tell us, in your opinion, what do you think needs to be done in terms of accelerating this green transition?
Thanks, Anne-Marie, and welcome everybody. I suppose there's three things, and they're not universal to Ireland. I mean, we are blessed here in the Northwest with amazing wind resource. We've got great solar radiation with the long days. We've got, a lot of great natural resources. But the three problems, the three roadblocks, and I think they're pretty universal: legislation, grid infrastructure, and market adoption. And just to put those in context for people, legislation, if we start today to build even a small, modest, 4-turbine wind farm, you're talking 7 years. We don't have that time. The MARA legislation, which is a single consenting regime for offshore floating technology, which is going to be deployed at scale off the west coast of Ireland, the legislation's been delayed by a year to make it happen. We don't have time for those delays. So we hear these great promises at Glasgow, etc., this great aspiration about what we got to achieve, but when it comes down to the granular level, the legislation doesn't have the sense of urgency that it needs to have to achieve. In terms of grid, I think, and interested in the guys' view, but fairly widely accepted, 75% of everything is going to be electrified. The other 25% is going to be hydrogen-based or other fuel solutions, etc. And right now, we don't have the grid infrastructure to handle that. I mean, hands up everybody here who's got an electric car. There's a few, but everybody in this room should be driving an electric car within 10 years. And our grid's not going to be able to support that. And in Donegal, here where we have the natural resource, it's a problem of getting it down the road. And then finally, that market adoption piece. We need everybody in this room to be having an electric car. We need the people who are going to be using hydrogen technology to be investing in it now. So I think those three things would be the main points to me.
Okay, thanks very much, Daniel. Thank you. Dr. William Brandt, do you want to respond maybe to some of the things that Daniel has just raised there, and what's your own thoughts in relation to accelerating the transition?
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of the legislation, this is something that we are fighting as well, because we want to define ourselves at Ultras with our sodium-ion batteries differently to lithium-ion batteries, because we don't have the same problems that they do, in particular with transportation of the batteries. So we need to, in order to really leverage that, we need separate legislation applied to us, rather than just being bundled in with lithium-ion battery technology. So that is actually one very specific hurdle that we need to face to enable uptake of the technology. And it's an important thing that you mentioned as well in regards to the infrastructure and electrification, especially within Europe. There is a huge drive and a push to have more batteries out in society with electric vehicles. And this is happening today with more than 30 gigafactories planned for Europe. So where are those batteries going to go when they're being planned for production? So yeah, this is also a really important point.
Yeah, great. And when we were talking earlier this week, William, you talked about the fact that we have been relying, I suppose, on fossil fuels for such a long period of time in terms of energy. And you said to me, we can't rely on just one solution in terms of green energy. We need to be looking at other solutions. Tell us a bit about that and what your thinking is around that.
Yeah, so I have three thoughts around this, why we can't just rely on one. So naturally, and when I started this journey in renewable technologies about 12 years ago, it was a large criticism that I always face that different renewable technologies there's no silver bullet. They always have some disadvantages. They're not suited to all kinds of situations. But that might actually be a good thing today. So we need to look at the right technology for the right application, things that are really fit for purpose, to be able to target specific problems around the world. And specifically within energy storage, which is Ultras's main focus, there are different applications where specific types of batteries are needed. So you could go for high power, or you could go for energy storage density, or perhaps long life. And if you want to make a battery for those applications, you need to really tailor the entire system to that. So in order to accelerate Ultras's time to market and accelerate the green transition, we have to focus on just one area, which for us is stationary energy storage. And so then there may be other technologies or other battery technologies that go for the other sectors. And this is needed in order to really accelerate the time to market for sodium-ion batteries. In that sense, the second point is you really need to sort of diversify the market with different actors and different companies, because the best way to accelerate the green transition is to have multiple solutions working in tandem, running simultaneously to address the needs of society, because the demand is huge. Some of these solutions may not be perfect, but they will be good enough. And this will bridge the gap and sort of make society ready for more green technology in the future. The final point for why we really need to have a diverse set of solutions is in terms of the material requirements. So it was mentioned yesterday, my Martin, that we are going to replace lithium-ion batteries with sodium-ion batteries. Of course, even if sodium-ion batteries were performance-wise on par with lithium, the sheer demand for batteries and the demand for raw material is so huge that if we just switched entirely over to another technology, we would still be facing the same problems that we're facing with lithium, which is a limited supply of raw material. We are on a planet with limited resources, so we need to spread out that demand over multiple technologies, so we're not just, digging another hole for ourselves. And so that's a really important thing that we can't forget about, that this demand is going to keep increasing, so we really need to spread it out.
Okay, thank you very much, thank you. And then we're going to hear a little bit more about your own company in a few minutes' time and the work that you have been doing in terms of your own technology. But just go back to what William was talking about in relation to the need for that diversification. What's your own thoughts about that in terms of the transition to green energy?
Well, I believe it's really important to consider the whole picture, because what we should try to avoid is to making the same mistakes that is coming now to humanity to be here in the first place. The whole system is developed based on a linear economy that sometimes we don't think where the material comes from, what happened with that material after we use. So what happens if we are going to drive this energetic transition and then we don't know from where the material comes from. We don't know how is the source of mining. Sometimes we forget about what happened in developing countries that are sourcing that material and what are the challenges that they have to make this in a renewable way. And the same thing for the recycling process. So how we are going to source that material after it's being utilized. Because if we just drive the transition thinking about how to implement these things without analyzing the aspects that took to humanity to be in this part, the linear economy and the transition towards circularity, we are going to have similar problems that we are facing now. That is evident what is happening, not only in climate change, but the loss of biodiversity, for example. One of the reasons of the pandemic is that humans are entering into more contact with species that we were not entering before and more frequently. And this is because we are basically degrading entire ecosystems on this search of looking for new materials. So the change is not only about new technologies that replace fossil fuels, it's also about thinking how we are going to do this in a sustainable way. And that brings us new challenges. And some of them are not only about selling the technology, it's how we incorporate this in new areas of the world, in the developing world. What can they can do for that? And if they are going to, for example, recycling these technologies, they need to know about it. They need to understand it. So that's a huge challenge that we have as a society, driving this transition that we needed, but do it without learning from the mistakes that we have been doing in the last decades.
Thank you very much, Andy. Thank you. And going now to Swapnil online. Swapnil, you've heard the responses from William and Inti in relation to that question around looking at diversification in terms of the green energy transition, and you're working on your low carbon aircraft technology. What's your own views just around that, and where do you see that, I suppose, in the context of the work that you're doing?
First of all, continue from where I think Daniel and William left in terms of diversification of power systems and basically diversification of different energy systems. We would like to also consider this one point about every geographical location having their own energy needs, as well as how that demand can be sort of supported. So not every country or not every continent would be able to power their needs, maybe from solar or from wind or from tidal energy or from hybrid systems. So basically the need for diversification is there. And more so ever, we also need a decentralized way of power production and supplying the energy needs of every continent or region. Continuing from the need for matured infrastructure, given that there will be a increase in demand in future, reliability is an important factor. So something like reliability on, let's say, batteries to powered electric vehicles, safety considerations. There were several examples, I think, here in India, that some of the electric bikes they caught fire, or they were not able to actually run the required distance as it was promised by the manufacturer. And also there is not sufficient infrastructure to actually power that electric bike, as in like for charging purposes. So there is a need for also matured infrastructure to support the green technology that comes up. Particularly for my research, I believe there is a requirement for a more collaborative effort between the government, industry, academia, as well as climate groups. In terms of the requirement from the government, maybe there are existing metrics and measures set up according to the IPCC towards climate change Paris Treaty. However, there is not enough that is being done by every government. There are few handful countries that are able to actually go in line with what they have promised to work towards Paris Treaty Agreement. Particularly for my research towards disruptive fuel like liquid hydrogen for long-range air travel, there is a need for a major transition in the fuel supply chain, airport infrastructure, change in aircraft design, perception of passengers regarding safety of hydrogen as a fuel. All this entails trillions of dollars of investment, R&D, manufacturing, testing, etc. So this overall requires a systemic change, and it also mandates more collaborative efforts, especially given we are in a post-pandemic era. There is a need for and also there is a clear evidence that climate change is the most important event that we might see or in the near future. We need to create collective pressure on the government as well as on the industry to bring in more specific regulatory and technological shift, though the whole thing is not an overnight phenomenon. So it has to be a continued process.
Okay, thank you very much, Swapnil. And kind of staying with you for a few minutes, I wouldn't mind hearing a little bit more about what you think government and universities and other support organisations can do to kind of support innovators like you, and particularly maybe referencing your own experience in terms of the work that you've been doing in your own pioneering area of expertise. So maybe just what can governments and universities and other support organisations do to help innovators like you?
Yeah, as I mentioned that particularly in my area, which is like quite a niche area of aviation, which contributes to roughly 5% of total man-made climate impacts. And just to make a fun of myself, I'm like a rich man's mechanical engineer. Basically, this area is not like aviation is not an area that is used by 100% of the population. It's barely used by like 5 to 10% of population who has the money to travel, right? This is basically like a rich man's sector, if I can say that. There is a lot of work that needs to be done collaboratively. Especially the aviation industry is burnt up in the past 5 odd years, especially now that we have seen that COVID has hit, and the aviation industry is sort of go back to normalcy. There is a need for a collaborative effort from the government, industry, academia, and also the climate change activist groups, so that collectively we can make this change to a greener society.
Thanks very much, Swapnil. I might just go back to Daniel just again, kind of on, you've talked about the challenges that we're facing on the island of Ireland just in terms of accelerating the transition. What do you think government and universities can do to support innovators and innovative organisations like your own just in terms of accelerating that transition?
Thanks, Emery. I think we're at a point where we need to get away from aspiration and we need to get down to a granular community level now. Kind of following from what William and Inti were saying earlier as well, there isn't a silver bullet. So what might work in Killybegs, which is an area we're fairly invested in, might not work in Louth. And we've got to start going, okay, what's the solution for this community now? So academic research at a very high level is great, but I think we're getting beyond that. We need to get down and go, this community, 20 years from now, what is it going to need? It's going to need X amount of hydrogen, it's going to need X amount of electricity, it's going to need X amount of ammonia. Right, let's work back from that now. And then, crucially, what's the financial sense and tipping point and pathway forward to allow companies and individuals to make those investments today? So I think, the academic work that has been done has been absolutely amazing and continues to be crucial. But I think the next step in that now is to get granular down to a community by community basis and say, what's the solution for this community 20 years from now? And we need to do that across the entire world and work out what's the solution community by community.
Thanks very much, Daniel. I see, William, you're nodding your head. Do you want to add? Do you want to contribute a bit to that?
Yeah, actually, a thought that I had about something that really helped our company from the local support was the networks that it builds and the people that it connects us to. And in particular, going to this granularity and looking at the local communities, connecting those local communities, identifying what they need, and then connecting it to the companies that can provide exactly what it is they need. So for us, that is really important now to actually see, we have this solution, but of course you always need to find a customer. That's really critical, and these networks and connections is really important for a lot of startups.
Okay, great. I've just been getting a timing warning there, so I'm going to just finish with one more question, and I'll direct it to Inti and to Swapnil. Just in your own words, what is the one thing you think needs to happen now to accelerate this green transition? I think Daniel's already answered it from his perspective, so I'll just ask you, Inti, and I'll go to you, Swapnil, just to finish up the panel discussion.
Sure. Something really important is to understand how innovation is created now. Sometimes we try to copy what is happening in other countries. Sometimes we try to copy the idea of the ecosystem of Silicon Valley. But it's completely different how we do innovation in different places. And this is a field of knowledge that it has at least 60 years. So when we think about deploying innovation, developing innovation, we need to be a bit more technical in that sense. So getting the data and understanding how we can do this. It's not the same developing technology here in Europe or in particular places in Europe that in Latin America, for example. And all needs to be connected. And one of the key things within that is financing. So really do the work and not only speak about the transition, but putting money into it. That's really important, especially in the early stage of development, to have technology before people receive investment, companies like we do. We need support, we need grants, we need that amount of money that is able to create then the next level of innovations that then this is gonna receive funding and can scale globally.
Thank you, Antti. And I just have about a minute left. Swapnil, do you want to just come in on that? What is the one thing you think needs to happen just to accelerate this transition?
I think the foremost thing that should be done is educating general population about their carbon footprint and their climate footprint. Basically, we had a fantastic opportunity in the lockdown of 2020 to make this transition, but given one or two instances, we are not able to really get into this transition mode. So I think we also need to change our habits in terms of food, traveling, and also clothing. And likewise, as William was mentioning, there is no way that there is sort of, they're not able to sort of cater to that sort of the demand. So basically, there needs to be an interaction between the user or the customer and also the industry, such that the industry makes available the footprint of their product or processes. So overall, if we make this, this integration of customer with the industry, I think there would be a sort of more sustainable ecosystem, if I can call that.
Thank you very much, Swapnil. Thank you. And thanks to all our panelists today. It was a really interesting discussion. And thank you for giving us your time this morning. And thank you to the audience as well for listening. And I'll just hand you back, I think, to Leah. Thank you very much.
Look, just a couple of fógras ola mogam mujareach ta Joe McEwen Shaw Sabrina Jokache and Yes. Joe, gotcha. So just a couple of quick notices. First of all, our dear friend Swapnil couldn't be with us because we couldn't get him a visa. So we're delighted so many innovators came in, but it proved very difficult to get a visa for Swapnil. It's in London to get him across the border, which is a bit harder than we suspected. So we want to thank Swapnil for joining us there. Secondly, for the internet, use EduRoam, EduRoam, on all devices, and the password is here on this little document. But EduRoam, EduRoam, will work on all devices. Just has arm gwil Joe McEwen Shaw, Chakta Dala, on Cantor Shaw, on Limerister Shaw. Tas Fishana Ara, Ejishak, Wilahar Tashana Ara, and Kostja, Kursi Orapaha, and Senerictus. Very pleased that Joe McHugh, the Member of Parliament, the Chapter Dala for Donegal, is here. He was a former Education Minister. He's now the Chair of the European Affairs Committee in the Oireachtas in the Parliament in Dublin. And I'm just going to say a few words before we move to our next section. Leah comes back. So, Joe McHugh, TD.
Well, thanks for that, Martin. I had absolutely no plans to say anything. I just arrived. I got a photograph with Brian Boyle down there in the door, and I just met with Mary McKenna. So I'm thinking on what to say as I'm standing here. So this is going to be very brief. Aginiushle, Priamina, Mielohini, agus a forna leg udras, agus Beja Gowal, Anna Nigalachar, on Fosta Anna, Falcher Road, agus Game Gachra Orav. Fohanyan Kodol, aniu, agus Game Gachra Orav Fosta, Fohanyan Plan, agus and Bala Ata Shibsha a Gubberfui Filahar Fosta. I just want to wish everybody who's involved in this conference the very best. There's an absolutely amazing crowd here. I can just see faces, and some I recognise, a lot I don't. So this is a great sign. You're coming to the most amazing county in the world, and Malachy O'Neill will agree with me on that. I met Malachy from Tyrone there as well. And Martin will agree as well that you're in the most wonderful part of the world. And all I want to say is, in my short few seconds, and I'll definitely finish after this, the only way that things work, in my opinion, is through relationships, and it's forging and building those relationships. And one thing that we up here in the Northwest and in this wonderful province of Ulster are good at, we're good at chatting, we're good at listening, and we're also good at exploring new ways of doing things. And I think a conference like this is an absolute wonderful opportunity and a great catalyst for doing that. So Arish, Amor, Coarja has a leg, agus game gachra or of Salasha, agus Anamata Rowan Foster, Mila Buchdev, agus Slam.
Gurmaigad Ara, agus huge thanks to Anne-Marie, Inti, Swapnil, William and Daniel for discussing the advancements needed to accelerate the green energy transition before that. I would like to welcome Inti back on stage with us for our next section. Inti Grunenberg is one of the MIT Innovator Under 35 winners for Latin America in 2018. He is also the president and co-founder of the Circular by Ichthion Foundation, which is an NGO who want to improve the life of vulnerable groups through innovation and technology, whilst also adding to environmental protection. The topic of discussion, which is very fitting for the location of this year's festival beside the Atlantic Ocean, is Against the Tide, Extracting Waste from Waterways and Oceans. Inti, welcome back.
Thank you very much. For me, it's a pleasure to be here today with you guys. I travel around 12,000 kilometers to be here. And perhaps the most important to say before I start saying something about the company is to the innovators, the European innovators, welcome. Welcome to this community. It's a vibrant community of people worldwide that you're going to find quite interesting. So take that opportunity of meeting new people, because that can bring new businesses and new innovations to different places. I'm here to speak about a company called Ichthion, a company that we founded in 2017 in London, United Kingdom. And as you can see, as you will see with this company, all the companies that were part of the Innovators Under 35's purpose. In our case, we are tackling this problem, the problem of plastic pollution. The statistics that you see at the beginning, the 12 billion tons of plastics now entering in the ocean every year, the amount of plastic that we have already there, and the main route that is taking, that is rivers, for some people is something that we hear in some familiar way, or sometimes we see it, but in places like Ecuador, we have a huge problem with this. And the reason is that plastic that flows from the continent, from rivers towards the ocean, because of the ocean currents, is getting to Galapagos, one of the main sources of theories of evolution, one of the main hotspots of the creation of marine life. So we see every year how plastic pollution is traveling 1,000 kilometers from the continent, going towards Galapagos and killing species there. So it's something that we can see in real time how this is affecting entire ecosystems. So that's why we came out with an idea, with a proposal about this. The technology is called Azure. Is the first system developed ever of this type in South America. We are the first one doing this. As you will see later, it's very important, the cost efficiency, because you want to do this in the most efficient way, tackling the problem, but also thinking about the customers, how this is going to be get paid. Data also is extremely important, not only to stop the flow, but how we can take decisions. So data can be used for that, to taking those decisions. And of course, since the beginning, as we were speaking previously, since the inception of the technology, or since we start thinking, we need to consider what it is, the design to minimize environmental impact. So I'm going to show you a video, actually, of the first deployment that we did in South America, in Ecuador, in a river called Puerto Viejo. So I wanted to show this video today to all of you guys to see how even the technology changes. When we started this path to go to Ecuador, the technology even looked completely different. We were thinking in more systems to be automatic. We were focused on technological complexity, but when we went to the real environment, we always thought to go to developing countries. We realized that the situation is completely different. So adaptability was extremely important for us. And then we moved towards a system that is working with communities. So all the people that you see in the video are part of a rural area in Ecuador that they work with us. So we are highly involved with the community. And based on the data that we get, actually we are driving systemic change. We were able to create the first circular economy law of the region in Ecuador, and also regulations locally in different cities against single use of plastics based on the data that you get from rivers. So extremely important to do that when you go to different places. And this is the impact that we were able to generate. So with only one system working 6 months, we avoided the equivalent of weight to 500,000 single-use plastic bottles of different plastics getting into the ocean and getting into Galapagos. And also the data, as I mentioned, extremely important to understand plastic pollution. Sometimes it's not only about the material that we need to replace. In many cases, as we found, is lack of waste management systems in rural communities. They don't have places to throw trash, even recycling. So they either burn or they throw to the river. So that's why it's so important data, to be able to understand what is happening and based on that, driving change. It was not enough for us. We thought that we need to do more. And now the stages that we are deploying is related to what to do with the materials that we extract from the rivers. So we have an entire range of new products that we are building. With the PET, the plastic bottles, we do material for fabrics for textiles. We do plastic wood with other types of materials. And with the plant that you saw in the video, the water hyacinth, we can do fertilizer or bioethanol. So we are in that stage. At some point, the technology is self-sustainable. We are going to deploy technologies, and then we are going to be able basically to finance from what we extract. But that was not enough. At the top, you see this brand, Galapaxi. So because what we find the most is single-use plastic bottles, we thought we need to provide an alternative. So we introduced, actually a few weeks ago, this brand, Galapaxi, is the first brand committed to saving marine reserves such as Galapagos from the problem of plastic pollution. And we have these products that in a few weeks we have a quite big customer. TikTok is the main customer of this. So we are hoping to put these water fountains, at least 1,000 of them in Ecuador and in the Andean region also, so providing an alternative of purified water. So when you go to our water fountains, you are going to see and have the security that the water is better quality comparing with any other sources. And also in July, we're going to launch these refill bottles that they have a huge impact in terms of what we can do with that. So what's the challenge? And to give you an idea why we are thinking even going further, there is also opportunities to replace existing technologies with new ones, thinking about new business models. So what we are proposing on this is basically to give the chance to companies to support this. So companies are going to pay for the deployment of this, but they can communicate what they are doing, because it's really important also to understand that we are not alone in this change, that many organizations worldwide, actually they are investing a lot of money to change, and they don't have places to communicate. So we are providing that to them with our water fountains. And the impact that you can do in terms of not only reducing plastics, we have put already 3 that we did as let's say, minimum viable products to understand the market, and each of them is able to avoid, in only a few months, 60,000 bottles were avoided without any sort of marketing, just people seeing the place and then using it. So we see the potential, and people, they want to be part of this change. But also, it reduced carbon emissions, because avoiding bottles, the production of bottles, that you can count every bottle that you avoid, and then you have the opportunity of reducing even carbon of that production. Finally, this one, that for us is going to be a new challenge, introducing this, as I mentioned in July, is we hope to have the bottle with the highest impact worldwide. So every bottle that we sell from these ones is going to be able to finance the destruction of 5,000 single-use plastic bottles. So that's how we want to drive this change. Not only thinking about the technology itself, but also how to get and bring opportunities to people to be part of this, to protect areas that are so important for us as a humanity, such as Galapagos. So this is the way that we think that this can be done. And this is about purpose that you are going to find a lot in this community of innovators under 35. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Inti, and thanks for making the journey here to Donegal to share your work and knowledge with us. An Rud Jarnach Rivensus Cafe is a chat with Micheál O'Haney, the CEO of Údarás na Gaeltachta, with Sonia Nagila Aspig, the founder of Liga TV in Donegal, where they will be discussing how to build sustainable communities. Micheál has worked in the local development sector, the community and voluntary sector, and rural development, which makes him a perfect speaker on the topic of sustainable communities. Is stúrthóir banistíochta Sonia Nagila Aspig den Cólacht Léirúcháin Telefíse Ligid. She has worked across the globe for many broadcasters, making award-winning documentaries in the Irish language. To show how beneficial the GTech buildings are across Ireland for entrepreneurs and businesses, Sonia has been able to relocate back home to Bunbeg by having an office here in Gweedore's GTech. Before we hear from Micheál and Sonia, there will be a quick video shown from Údarás na Gaeltachta. Mar sinnde nar támuid garcar sin, bhhaithlam fáilte is fiche a chur rih Micheál O'Haney agus Sonia Nagila Aspig ag an Ardán.
Great start. Hi and welcome to Gweedore, my hometown. Is Misha Sonia Nagila Aspig as an Cólacht Liga Léirúcháin. Is Cólacht Telefíse muid a dhéanaan don chuid is mó cléir a fáisnéise ach le dearnas háisiimiid ag déanú éabhar ar líne the TG Care Sishan Malscale. Hi, my name's Sonia Nagila Aspig. I'm the owner of Luggage TV Productions. We're based here in GTech in Gweedore, and we make mainly documentaries and online content for the National Irish Language broadcaster TG Care. So I'm very glad to be here today, and it's great to see so many different faces. I'm here to do an interview with Micheál O'Haney, CEO of Údarás na Gaeltachta since 2017. Údarás na Gaeltachta was founded in 1980, and they are the regional authority responsible for the social, economic and cultural development of the beautiful Gaeltacht areas that we have here in Ireland. So I'll start with the first question. So what are the main objectives for the community and language that Udaras have, and where does tech come into those objectives?
I suppose just to say about Udaras na Gaeltachta, we're a state development agency, but we're fairly unique, in fact totally unique as a state development agency, because we've got a specific regional remit and we've also got a culture and language remit. So from the outset, in undertaking our development work, we have to be cognizant not just of economic matters, but also community and very much Irish language, because the reason that we exist as a separate agency is to serve the Gaeltacht community and to work with those communities to maintain them as viable and as Irish speaking. And that means that people can live there, that they can work there, that they can learn there, that they can recreate there, that they can grow old there. So we adopt an integrated approach to our development, and our strategy is one that's economic, social and cultural, and it's very much based on the sustainability of the region, the sustainability of the communities, the sustainability in terms of the environment. Sustainability runs through all of our activities, and we have a very strong emphasis not just on things like technology, but using technology to sustainably develop our natural resources. So we've moved very much with the times since Udaras was founded 40 years ago, and prior to that, our predecessor company, Gweedore Éireann, this business park where we're here today, this started off as an industrial estate in the late 1960s. And at that time, the government undertook to get Gweedore Éireann to develop this, to put factories in place, to attract inward investment. Would be SMEs, but very large industries for this area at the time. And it was a very successful strategy because it enabled people. This industrial estate, as it was then, employed 1,500 people at its peak, an awful lot of people in a remote rural area. And it was very successful because it enabled people to stay here. It enabled a lot of people to come home from Scotland, from the United States, and from places they had emigrated to. And that provided a great basis in terms of a thriving community here and all of the services that go with serving that. With the economic changes in the 1990s, a lot of those old industries moved to cheap labor locations. So they probably came here first because we were a cheap labor location, and they worked very well here, but that was the economics. So we as Udaras had to reinvent our approach and to look at new and innovative ways of developing the region, of attracting new investment, of supporting entrepreneurs in the region, of being innovative and being creative. And creativity is something that just runs through all Gaeltacht areas, and I think we have a big comparative and competitive advantage in that, because just because of our culture, our language, and the way of thinking. And one of our subsidiary companies is Ali na Gaeltachta, totally devoted to the creative sector, to arts, the traditional arts and so on. People would have heard on Cronog last night. We spend a lot of time ensuring that those traditions of song, music and dance are passed on to new generations. It's very important. It's a key part of what we are as a region, a key part of the quality of life, of the culture that we have here. And as things changed and as this industrial estate as it was, went into the doldrums, we were faced with that new challenge. But we also saw that with challenge there's opportunity. And we saw that we had to learn, that we had to change, that we had to network with people that are doing things different ways. And that's what we've done in terms of our strategy. And one of the key elements of our existing strategy is the GTech network. And we'll be over in GTech Gweedore after the session here for lunch and for the Catalyst session. And people will see what we're doing there. We are setting up a network of digital hubs, some 30 digital hubs spread out throughout the Gaeltacht region, where where entrepreneurs can be supported, where we support innovation, creativity, people that want to research, develop projects, initiate projects. As well as that, they're bases for remote workers, because we know the environment and we know the quality of life that we have here, and it's second to none. We heard the rain praised this morning, and I'd go along with that. And we can attract people back to the region with their jobs that they can bring back from the central locations they were working in because of their quality of life. But we now provide the facilities and ensure that there's the connectivity so that people can work here under no disadvantage as to when they worked in London or Glasgow or Boston or New York or wherever they were working. So, and that's extremely important because, you know, that's levels the playing field for regions such as this. And I know it's something that all of the Northwest is focusing on, and it's definitely something that Údarás is focusing on, as was said earlier, from Tory Island in the very north to Cape Clear Island in the very south. And those are things that we can build on. And just finally on that, this was a key part of our strategy. And I suppose the only silver lining of COVID for us was that it sort of accelerated the acceptance of that model. You know, we would have preferred to find better ways of doing that, but it's something that accelerated that model, not just amongst people, employees, but especially amongst employers.
And I can agree with that, having come home 2 years ago myself and benefiting from the GTEC that is over the road. The companies on the estate here are focusing more on innovation now compared to, I remember years ago when there would be traffic jams coming out of here. How do you entice them to come here? Is it as part of that the regional natural resources that we have, or are they native companies, and how can they survive on a global level from here?
Yeah, well, there's a mixture, and I think the main resource that we have that attracts and maintains companies here is the human resource, and we have the talent, and we have the people that, you know, even when the old companies were here, they didn't leave because the people weren't delivering. They left because that was the economics. So I think that, you know, the fact that we have people here that are adaptable and agile and creative is a massive advantage when we try to attract people in or when people are establishing their own enterprises. An awful lot of the very innovative companies that we have throughout the Gaeltacht would be indigenous companies, companies that would have started off quite small, some of them spin-outs from universities. And then eventually, if you look at some of the companies here, a large company here, ProAmpac, which was an indigenous company which started off very small, now have been bought over by ProAmpac, which is a large American corporation. All of the advantages that go with that, but it's an extremely valuable part of ProAmpac's operations now, the fact that they were able to come in here and a very successful, innovative company here take over. So we have come, and I think it's, I mentioned the remote working and facilitating people to bring their jobs home, and that's going to enable people to live at home that when they were starting off on their careers or going to college said, I'll probably go home when I retire. But no, that's changing, and that's something we're supporting. But as well as that, people can also have world-class careers in the Gaeltacht in companies like ProAmpac, like Randox in Dunlow, like Irish Metal Pressings here, companies in Galway like Myelin, like Freudenberg and so on. So they're looking for good, qualified people, and these people can have world-class careers living and taking full advantage of being in the Gaeltacht areas. So the companies are strong. We're delighted to say that, you know, our base of companies going from strength to strength, and a key part of our strategy is building on the existing companies, assisting them with research, innovation, upskilling, reskilling of workers as required, and that's very important. And you mentioned resources there. We're blessed with resources such as the blue economy, the green economy, cultural economy, and these four are central parts of our strategy too. So if you look at the blue economy, the ocean resource that we have there, one of our key projects is Park Namara, a marine innovation park, to focus on research, innovation, and added value across the marine sector. So that's a project that we're developing in Galway. Another thing that we're developing is supports for the emerging offshore wind industry. We have enormous opportunities here, and we're working in Russaville in County Galway to actually, there's a deep water port being developed there, and we've got a land bank there that we're going to develop as a support centre, manufacturing and servicing for the offshore wind industry. So generating wind, producing hydrogen and so on. So it's a key part of our strategy as well. So, and in terms of the other parts of the green economy, the bioeconomy, the Killalta project in Falcara, a great example of the type of bioeconomy project that can be led by the community. And just on that, the community are key partners for us in everything we do. And just on that, 25 acres of this business park here is now being given over to the community to develop a photovoltaic electricity generation park, which will be in community ownership and will reduce the carbon footprint of the business park here and do all of the good things in terms of SDGs, but as well as that, provide vital income for those communities to carry on their activities to serve the community. And community development is a key part of our remit. And we have 33 community development organisations that we support in all parts of the Gaeltacht who are involved in service provision and developing local resources themselves and are key partners for us in our strategy.
Going back to the GTEX and the diaspora and the effects that COVID had, I suppose, on people throughout the world and the movement of people throughout the world, do you have a strategy to bring people home, and is the infrastructure there, I suppose, for them when they come to rural communities like this?
Well, I suppose in terms of the working infrastructure, I suppose, you know, our initial strategy, our 2018-2020 strategy had set out the need for these digital hubs. So in terms of the working infrastructure and the connectivity, we're well prepared for that. In terms of the communities and the quality of life and schools and things for people that are moving home with families and the recreational side, everything, you know, on that side. I mean, that's what we're selling about the place, and it's in place. Like all parts of Ireland, there is a housing issue, and that's one that we're addressing. We're working with Donegal County Council at the moment to come up with innovative ways of maybe trying to address aspects of that. So, but it is something that we've been working on preparing for. It's a key part of our strategy, and I think that it's very encouraging to see the types of people that have been returning home, and not just carrying out their own business, but adding to the overall synergies of places like the GTEX and the way that the businesses in the GTEX and so on are kind of rubbing off on each other and kind of, you know, just creating synergies and added value amongst themselves. It's very important.
Do you think, being slightly biased, I think this is probably the most beautiful Gaeltacht in Ireland, do you think that the beauty and the culture and the environment here has a lot to do with bringing people back?
Yeah, well, I just have to say that all Gaeltacht areas are beautiful, and you know, but now that we'll talk about the Donegal Gaeltacht for the moment. I think there's no doubt about it. Is that you know, the people that were lucky enough to be here yesterday evening and see the Errigal and to look out at the islands and so on. I mean, you know, it's second to none in terms of landscape, seascape, you know, the general environment. Added to that, the culture. And I mean, like that we have that unique culture, you know, that's never died. I was just thinking there in terms of, we had the American ambassador here last week, and a colleague of mine, Donegal, was giving a rundown on our strategy, and he was talking about the GTEX. And he's carried out, I'd say, some very robust research, but he was able to say that where many of our GTEX are situated now, going back 1,000 years ago, there were monastic settlements where the education was carried out at the time. So we have a continuous line of learning from for thousands of years up to the present day, and that's very real. you know, we have an unbroken tradition in the Gaeltacht areas in terms of language, in terms of culture, and the learning that was going on that time. And it's, you know, a lot of it has come down to us through kind of by mouth, through folklore and so on, but it's very, very real. And I think that that's something unique that we have and that people really appreciate when they do come to live in the Gaeltacht regions.
I'm getting a time check here. One more check. And culturally, on the language side of it and the responsibility there for Gaeltacht areas, what is the long-term plan with bringing companies in here and bringing people back to sustain that and to develop that as well?
We're carrying out a language planning process in partnership with 26 communities throughout the Gaeltacht region. So we're working in partnership. It's part of Strategy that we carry out that planning process. And that's a very valuable process because it's a bottom-up process and it's owned by the communities, led by the communities, in partnership with ourselves. It's not abdicated over to the communities, but it is a partnership approach. And I think that that's very, very valuable in providing us with the framework and bringing forward the language. And there's other things like the technologies that are developing around the language that we heard people mentioning earlier on. I mean, that's very, very valuable in terms of, you know, language learning, in terms of support for the language. And what's very important for us, I think it was mentioned last night, the European context. You know, this language that we speak here, and a lot of people in Ireland speak it, but we're the only place where it's a community language. That's now a working language of the European Union. And that's very, very important to have that broad context. So we have the European context, the national context, and the local context. And as anybody that works here knows, I mean, you know, Irish is a key part of our life here every day. From an Údarás point of view, you know, it's the whole raison d'être for Údarás na Gaeltachta, and it's what we're there for. And so it's you know, it's just a very real part of this region and what this region is all about.
Michal, thank you very, very much. And I, for one, can speak on behalf of anybody who wants to move home here to Gweedore and to the GTEX, that it's very worthwhile, and we haven't looked back since we came home. Thank you very, very much for your time and your patience, and thank you very much again.
So, fi me go go like brishu cup of tea shim gur farder in Lanston array and ta Dimitro Shimkev ugin an Guhan as in Ukraine. Dimitro Shimkev is on the line now, so instead of just breaking, we're going to get direct line to Kyiv now that we have it. So, Dimitro, good morning, good afternoon.
Good morning. Well, it's still morning your time. It's afternoon here.
Thank you for joining us from Kyiv. Tell us where you were this morning. You were at the front, or you were at the front in the last few days. Tell us what you were doing there.
Last night I was in the front lines. We were testing some of the projects that I'm involved with. It's technology around UAV. And we did some testing. So there's a lot of technologies that are integrated into this. So we had to do all the testing in the night. So I was driving all the way to Kyiv, and I would like to apologize for not being on time because I was worried about the quality of the connection on the road. That's why now I'm home and I can talk with you.
Well, thank you, and needless to say, you don't need to apologise. I wanted to certainly express on behalf of the MIT Technology Review, Innovators Under 35 Europe, our solidarity with the people of Ukraine, but also on behalf of, if I may, on behalf of the European tech community. We have always admired the number of startups and founders, the number of tech pioneers from Ukraine, including the founders of Grammarly and GitLab, and so on, and yourself, because you played a key role in modernising the Ukrainian economy. Tell us a little bit about the tech community of Ukraine And how, in God's name, are you able to survive? It is a matter of great inspiration to all of us that you're able to continue to work, to survive in the midst of this invasion and war.
Thank you very much. The Ukrainian high-tech community is extremely vibrant and being vibrant. There is a lot of prerequisites for the vibrant community to emerge and grow. First, it's the technical skills, availability of the technical skills. And gradually, over the last 20 years, the Ukrainian high-tech community grew from the classical outsourcing business, where people worked with the diverse of technology left and right, latest technology, old technology, a lot of innovation been going on, delivering different projects for different clients, from hardware industry to the software industry, from automotive to space industry. So there is an extreme variety of technologies that Ukrainian developers been involved. And one element is very critical in terms of the developing vibrant community is desire to look for new solutions, desire to look for ideas and then implement them as a project. And that was a very transformational story that is taking place in Ukraine. Many startups emerged, so we gradually moved from the outsourcing business to the startups. And as part of this, a few years ago, there was a creation of Ukrainian Startup Fund, which is government seed fund, which is funding a lot of startups. And then there is a lot of, which is helping and enabling community to pilot ideas. And every month, every 2 weeks, there is a pitch session where there is the collection of people who can do things and actively engage in the different activities and so on, and then win and get the grants. But the question is about incubators, accelerators, and other different tools that is helping people to actually get things done. And then what is also important is connectivity with outside world. There is a big Ukrainian community in Silicon Valley. Many startups very often will create a startup in the Silicon Valley and then use R&D teams in Ukraine. Similar thing, for example, PetCube had an R&D team in Ukraine, production facility in China, and then the head office is in US. And then this diverse community is looking for the seed investors, investment engagement, etc. Why I'm telling this all the perspective? Because that's a very important area to understand that over the years, we built a very strong foundation of IT community with a lot of technical skills in the diverse areas. So when the Russian aggression took place, a lot of IT people went into the dual purpose technologies. So there is a lot of work is done for artillery. There is a lot of work done with a lot of cloud technology for image processing. There is a lot of engagement with the UAV. There is a lot of activities going on around, avoiding GPS suppression technologies, and etc. So there is a lot of activities, and because the volunteering idea is very, very critical for Ukrainians, and it's our country. That's why a lot of many projects being developed. Many projects are actually on the field and being tested on the ground, helping military, helping civilians as well, because we need to look in this from the humanitarian perspective. There's a lot of humanitarian needs, coordination. Many elements that have been built over the years are key enablers of the technology, cloud technology, and they heavily activity in the cloud. Fintech industry in Ukraine is very active in the fintech. As a result, we have a full functioning financial system in the country. There is no issues of paying somebody or transferring money. It's a classical kind of expectation of the cashless economy. All these elements are definition of tenacity of Ukrainian high tech. But the main thing is the passion for the country, passion for Ukraine.
So one of the things that we've talked about over the last 24 hours or so, and we have innovators here from right across Europe, from Austria, Andorra, from Spain, from France, and we have guests in from Ecuador and Mexico as well. But we're talking about this desire, this passion to make the world a better place. In your case, you are the preeminent business person in Ukraine involved in the digital economy. You led that work for the government. So a personal question, you could easily leave Kyiv and be in somewhere a lot safer. Why are you staying, and why are so many of the leaders of the tech community in Ukraine determined to stay in Kyiv and to stay in Ukraine?
This is my country. I've been in Kyiv all the time during the invasion. I've been, besides being high-tech investor, I'm also the executive chairman of the biggest pharmaceutical company in Ukraine. We have a responsibility to make sure that our products are actually available to the hospitals, to the pharmacies, to the patients, and that's very critical. And when the rocket strikes were all around our facility, I had to work with a team and coordinate both physical presence of the team. You can't leave a production facility and just go away. You have to maintain it. With the virtual teams, teams who've been coordinating and acting during the process. For example, before the war, we have a lot of technology being implemented. And one of the technology which enabled us to do a quality control remotely. COVID taught us all in the world how to be remote and how to create virtual teams with a lot of tools who help to coordinate the business processes. Of course, you still need people on the ground. Being a business leader, it's critical to be on the ground with a team. People need to see you on the team, on the field. They need to know that you are here. They need you need to see their kids. In our bomb shelter during the hot part of the war in Kyiv, I had 150 people, 40 kids, dogs and cats, and you need to walk around and talk to them and sometimes chat with kids because it's your team. You can't leave.
Well, let me just say that you make it sound very commonplace and ordinary, but that type of leadership, the leadership of your President Zelensky, the leadership of yourself as an entrepreneur and founder, it's not common in this world of technology that we're familiar with, but it is inspirational, and it is what we would like to think would happen. And we want to make sure that we provide the resources. I know the European Union in particular provide the resources to continue the growth of tech in Ukraine and to support the entire community, entire population. Tell us about how the tech community has tooled itself up for this terrible war and to respond to this and to defend Ukraine, because I know that some of your leading technology experts have found new uses for their technology to defend the population. Tell us how that has worked.
So there is multiple, as I mentioned, there is a lot of activities being going on. Technology industry been looking into the ways how to first, on one hand, help military, on the other hand, help humans. Without the cloud technology, without 4G technology, it would be impossible to connect people, to coordinate things, to search and rescue, to organize humanitarian support, to fundraise. And for all of this, you need to have a platform, scalable platforms that are capable of doing this. You need to have a social media to work with the social media to distribute information. You need to coordinate activities. If you look at the fields, military fields or intelligence gathering, how quickly you can gather intelligence from the person on the ground to the counter response, how quickly you can coordinate that, and how quickly you can resolve or save people, how quickly you can find corridors to do humanitarian help or delivery medicine or do evacuation. And that's where IT community stepped in helping a big area, many different groups. There was no this is very important. There is no single coordination activity. It's a network. We live in the world of networks. That's a network of the 21st century where people work, connect, engage, they know each other, they support each other. Some startups moved to the Western Ukraine and continue to operate. One of the startup Halsami is actually to continue to double click on telemedicine, and telemedicine become a very important element because people being relocated, they still need to have access to their doctors. Doctors relocated. How you connect former doctors who were your family doctors, how you connect them with the people that moved as well, how you maintain all the records. Without technology, that would have been chaos. People would be disconnected. How you can make sure that the needs of certain communities in the certain region are satisfied. How you make sure that this is all accounted. Without technology in today's world, and without the communities that went there and built tools. For example, I'm giving you some examples on the healthcare. So Ministry of Healthcare built a platform that enabled hospitals to request humanitarian support. It's created a charity organization to kind of do a matching mechanism. All these things being helpful for the country and for the communities. And it's important. You mentioned, I know that there is a lot of people in the audience, and you know, it's a people under 35. When I started my first company, I was 24. And I was very with the team. You can't be somewhere on the high hill, being just an investor. All the best startups, all the best, people who actually build great stories, they've been on the ground with their developers. They've been coding together, they've been testing together, they had a success together, and they had a failures together. And that's very important. And it doesn't matter if it's peaceful time or wartime. You need to be with your team. You need to be helpful, and you need to look for the creativity and look for the different models as well, because we're talking about startups and the fundraising and how you fundraise money, for example, or how you generate revenue for startup in the situation where there is a lot of unclarity and no idea how this could be done. So that's why engagement with international community like European Union, which is currently helping us with a fund to help build the right model. We're looking into this. So.
Well, look, yesterday we had a day for schools here, from the local schools, and we had 2 Ukrainian refugees. I think it's fair to say that they were the brightest students there in the room. They asked the most questions, they had the most ideas around entrepreneurship and innovation. So I think the Republic of Ireland is aiming to bring in 100,000 refugees. I think we certainly have hit 25,000. They've done a great job of getting young people into school. I hope they go home as soon as possible, but they are making a real contribution here as well. So I wanted to say that. How can the European tech community and the companies, because there are some fantastic companies here today, how can the European tech community, on that individual basis that you mentioned, let the governments do what they want to do, but how can the tech community support not only Ukraine through this terrible war, but also in the work of rebuilding? What can tech companies and founders from other countries do?
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for taking care of those who are refugees. And I know today the Border Control just made a report. There is more people coming back to Ukraine than leaving. So there is people returning home. Kyiv is getting much more people in the city. It's becoming more vibrant as it used to be, of course, with all the restrictions of the military time. At the same time, many young people who are currently in Europe are extremely talented. What I can tell to a lot of high-tech people, companies, I had part of my career in Denmark, and I sold my startup to Denmark, to Danish company, a long time ago. So use this opportunity, because you actually have access to very talented people. One of the very important elements, which was always noticed by a lot of high-tech companies long time ago, and as well as famous high-tech companies like Google, Microsoft, and others, is the creativity of Ukrainian developers. Sometimes we can go into the rocket science. We can actually build things too high in the sky, but it's a creativity and tenacity, looking for solutions. This is coming again from the background of education, because a lot of focus is in schools is on STEM and particularly math. And math requires solving problems. My teacher back in my school, the math teacher, graduated from mathematical school in Ukraine, in Lviv. When we graduated 10 years after graduation, he told us, I never taught you math, I taught you to solve problems. And I think that's very important elements of Ukrainian high-tech community and many Ukrainians. We actually love to solve problems. We would love to have less problems than we have now, but when we have problems, we like them to be solved. And that's important, and I would also encourage people in the audience, when you face the problem and the challenge, don't be stuck. Anything can be solved. It's a question about resources, time, creativity, and your brains or your network where you can find solutions. And that's all possible. In high-tech community of Europe, there's a plenty of things you can actually tap. You can start building startups together. You can look at the opportunities, how you can engage Ukrainian IT industry. You can please, if you've been doing outsourcing in Ukraine, continue doing this. The talents are there. They have skills. And if you give a job to Ukrainian high-tech who's still in Ukraine, you bring you make an economic impact that sustain Ukrainian economy, because Ukrainian high-tech industry was one of the major contributor to Ukrainian GDP.
Well, we want to wish you well. In a time of war, we say, I give you my heart. We are separated at the minute. Feel very close to the people of Ukraine. You're showing great grit and doggedness and genius. We have no doubt that you will succeed and you will keep your freedom. I want you to stay on for the applause, because the applause isn't just for you and the wonderful work you're doing with Darnitsa and the other projects, but also for the people of Ukraine. So let's have a round of applause for Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you. This is for Ukrainian people.
So, look, Dimitro, you can't see the room, but the room is standing. So we wish you every success. Please stay in touch, and we will be doing our best to help the work of rebuilding. And hopefully the war ends soon, and we can help you in that work of rebuilding. So, Gweedore Moihigat, thank you very much. Good luck. Slán Faoi. Well, Conla McCann, Natasha. I think that was exceptional. What exceptional people. Natasha.
Hiya, welcome everyone. My name is Natasha O'Hay. I work for Catalyst and I'm on the steering committee of this conference, so you're very welcome. I think there is tea and coffee, so people want to kind of get some in between. We've kind of missed that opportunity. I would like to, the next section of the conference is going to cover health innovation. So after we play a short video from one of our event partners, the ATU, the Atlantic Technological University, we're going to be joined by Hugh McCormick, who is actually a previous Catalyst Innovation founder. And his panel is going to be Miriam Sefta, Chief Diagnostic Officer for Oaken, Alison Liddy, co-founder of Revlim, Jonathan O'Toole, Chief Product Officer for LV, and Jonathan's actually an MIT Under 35 Europe innovator, and Daryl Charles, who works at Ulster University School of Computing. So we'll get the video now from ATU, and then we'll be joined by the panel.
Empowered by the Atlantic, west and northwest. Breathe in, deep, vast, abundant, evolving, determined. Here, our story continues. A place where we want to co-create and exchange ideas, to challenge. A multi-campus university to serve our community, our culture, our economy. Diverse, sustainable, inclusive, social. Here we are learners, educators, thinkers, makers, innovators. Here we grow together. Here we collaborate, we investigate, we connect. Here we inspire and be inspired. We promote excellence. We ignite passion. Here we combine academic and research excellence, matched with quality of life and opportunity. Here our impact is global, but our hearts are local. We are vibrant, energetic, effective, compassionate. Here for opportunity, here for possibility, here for ambition, here for commitment, here for achievement. Here is your new university. Atlantic Technological University. Old School Nuálaithe on Atlantic. The future is here.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Hi, welcome everybody. Apologies on your programme, the chair of the next session, Susan Borowski, unfortunately is not able to make it, so I have been asked to stand in. Hugh Cormican from company Cerdan, and I'm joined a panel of 4 people here, and we're very interested in talking about the issue of patient to patients, you know, about the speed of innovation in healthcare, which has been an issue and it's going to be something of interest for all of us. Maybe first if I ask our panel just to introduce themselves. Maybe if I start, just briefly, Miriam's the Chief Diagnostics Officer for Oaken, which I believe is a data analytics company focused on finding the right treatment for patients. But if you want to give a quick introduction to yourself.
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me? Good. Miriam Sefta. So I am Chief Diagnostics Officer at Oaken. So we're a young company now. You would qualify it as a scale-up. We were founded 6 years ago, and our mission is to use artificial intelligence and data analysis in the field of biomedical research to improve finding the right treatment for the right patient. And we're in particular focused on oncology.
Yeah, thank you. Next I have Jonathan O'Toole, who is the Chief Product Design Person for LV, which I believe are developing products for women, actually thinking about what the women need.
Yeah, finally, which is a good thing. We focus on femtech, which is kind of relatively new, which is shocking, but it's focusing on kind of building the tools that women need to kind of have better control over their health journey. So predominantly we focus around pelvic floor health and breastfeeding and pumping at the moment. But expanding it out to kind of take a wider approach to all female healthcare and female tech products, but with a kind of very consumer lens versus a medical lens. But we are medical products.
Yeah. Very good. And next we have Alison Liddy, who is a co-founder of Relivium. They're working on developing and tackling knee osteoarthritis. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm Alison Liddy. I'm CEO and co-founder of Relivium. Relivium is a spin-out Menu Galway, and it's developing a novel biotherapeutic for knee osteoarthritis. So one of the biggest problems with osteoarthritis is that patients are heavily reliant on oral medication. So this is an injectable treatment that's injected directly into the knee, and hopefully will reduce patients' reliance on oral medication, which has serious side effects and is not suitable for long-term use.
Yeah, and after the walk up Errigal tomorrow, maybe you might get a few more people to come talk to you.
Absolutely, yeah.
And the other panelist I have is Daryl Charles, who's from the School of Computing, Ulster University. I believe your background in computer computational intelligence, AI and VR.
Hi everyone. Yes, I'm Daryl Charles from the University of Ulster. I'm a bit of a geek. I'm into all sorts of technology, so AI, machine learning, game development, virtual reality. I'm also a co-founder of Spinout, just spun out last year, Exert Intelligent Healthcare, and we specialise in virtual reality systems for upper limb stroke rehabilitation. So, interesting.
Very good. And you know, our discussion today is really about how we can bring innovation faster to patients. This is something that's been very close to my heart. I was originally a founder, as you heard, of a company that was involved in research imaging and developing a lot of new technology. And after a number of years there, I wanted to move on and go other places. And one of the areas I felt really is how I could bring some of those new exciting innovation developments into healthcare, and certainly how we could expedite that and speed and accelerate that, which has always been an issue. So I'm interested in just maybe we should look at this in relation to pre-COVID, peri-COVID and post-COVID to see really what's been the issues. So I'm sort of interested in what your views about where you've seen the issues of why is this so quite often a difficult task to get technology and innovation into treating patients and patient care? Is it the regulatory authorities? Is it the clinicians being blockers? Is it just the slow tempo of pharmaceutical companies? What do you think? Maybe Alison, you're nodding first.
Okay, I think one of the biggest things for an early stage company is obviously funding. But blocking, obviously, regulatory is a massive lift. You have to show that your product is very safe. That can be very difficult. You're going through phase 2 trials, 300 patients, and if your trial isn't well designed, you fail your trial, you can run out of funding, and that can be the end of it. So there's lots of obstacles, and sometimes clinicians do block products, particularly if it's going to impact their revenue, and that would be very relevant to the US market, where that is, you know, healthcare is very driven by, profits.
Yeah, John, have you the experience of having to deal with regulatory issues? And
yeah, a little bit. I suppose we're kind of quite unique where we're taking kind of quite stigmatized and taboo subjects, which are quite interesting. You know, when we go for funding, and you're talking about pelvic floor health, typically to a white male kind of group of people that you're trying to ask for money, that it's kind of a lot of shaking of the heads and kind of it's a bit niche of a market. It's like it's 51% of the population. Like, that's not niche, but and it's kind of like you feel like you have to justify it, which is just a bit weird. You've got Apple Healthcare that launched without cycle tracking and stuff like that. So I think for us, when we think about our products, there's lots of barriers to overcome, just normalizing the conversation to a point that we can then kind of move forward. So we do have regulation barriers because a lot of what we do is it's on the edge of consumer health and medical. So a pelvic floor device is kind of, it's category creation. So if you go to the FDA and you say, well, what is it? They kind of look back at you and go, maybe a sex toy? And you're like, it's not. And then they're like, well, we've kind of got nothing to fit this into. So then you have to go through 513Gs, and they're like, well, we can't really categorize it, but that's the whole process for this. So I think, trying to get funding, trying to even having conversations with the experts is quite difficult, depending on what category you're going to. Existing categories are hard. New categories and stigmatized categories are even harder again to try to get a bit of traction when you're starting out.
yeah, and Miriam, you're obviously involved with AI work, and do you find that maybe a lot of clinicians don't really understand it as a blocker to?
I think it's normal that regulators will obviously follow innovations more than be the lead on these innovations. And they're here for a reason to kind of protect the general population from being exposed to innovations that haven't been properly tested and evaluated. That being said, what we're seeing is kind of an acceleration of that innovation and the use of new methods, AI, new types of products. And so I think that's a challenge definitely for innovators to kind of catch up and build systems that are fast and flexible enough to be able to evaluate those products. And then on the payer side as well, at least in the European setting, we're in a mostly socialized healthcare payment setting. And so you actually need to prove to healthcare authorities that your product brings long-term value in terms of quality of life, in terms of survival, in terms of overall health. And there are a lot of innovators that are kind of putting out their products, but actually building those studies to prove rigorously that your product actually has short, medium, long-term impact is very expensive. It's very time-consuming, and if you don't design it right, then you can basically lose your entire company because you put all your money in building this one study to prove that your product does have that impact.
Yeah, and moving on now to during the COVID era, I mean, innovation and the speed of innovation seemed to have moved up several gears, almost like a war footing where people really need to focus. There was Formula One engineers developing ventilators. There was, did you feel, Darryl, there was a lot more connectivity between the clinicians and the researchers and innovators during COVID?
There definitely was a push for that. And I know in stroke rehab, certainly in the Dublin area, for example, there was funding put in place to connect to patients. It's something that's really important because people are living longer and also getting early discharge from hospital. So, the lessons learned during COVID can help us to, get better health tech, get better connectivity to the, between the clinicians, our doctors, and their patients. And one of the challenges is that we have several customers. You've got the healthcare organisation, which has a kind of an economic or like a bigger picture, and you've got your healthcare practitioners who are very much trying to optimise their work and improve their performance, and then you've got the customer, obviously, who very often is left on their own at the moment because we don't have enough money to deliver what they need in terms of human resource. So, yeah, there has been, I think there's been an increase in communication, but I think we're still a little bit off where we should be.
Anybody else any experience during COVID that they found things different? Or?
I wasn't, but I have seen some really great success stories come out of Galway and NUI Galway in collaboration with large Indigenous companies there as well. But that wasn't my area, and I was had to stay out of the hospital, unfortunately.
I think the interesting thing for me over the last while is that speed of innovation has only worked because there's a really well-known problem that we're all trying to solve and we're trying to do it collectively. I think speed of innovation, when you've got a lack of a problem that you're trying to solve, or you're working in a community together, can be distracting because you're not spending enough time listening to what is actually needed. So there's a lot of rapid innovation, but maybe not in the right areas. And we've seen that time and time again in kind of more of the healthcare ways of working, is that we don't listen enough to actually what we're trying to solve, and we're trying to push technology at people. Whereas this was quite unique because it was the perfect environment where everyone knew the problem that we were trying to solve and everyone wanted to come together to solve it. So that rapid response is really important when you've got those two things. If you don't have those two things, rapid is it can just create a bit of noise.
And I mean, obviously now what we'd like to do is keep that speed of innovation. Now we're in a post-COVID era. Any thoughts about how we can keep that momentum there and keep that accelerated connection with getting technology, innovative work to patients? Any thoughts about how we need to go about that?
Well, so in my company, we did a project on during the lockdown on COVID, and we got it up and running in record time compared to all of our other projects. But we also know that we were able to do this because the hospitals that we collaborate with had explicit instructions to deprioritize everything else and to put all of their time and energy in pushing these COVID projects at the door. And so I think that while there is a lot of private money and startups and innovators pushing for innovations, I think that what's often lacking is the bandwidth from these healthcare institutions to collaborate with all these people who have who are bubbling with ideas and innovations. And oftentimes, for example, the clinician is the #1 person that you want to collaborate with, and these people are extremely constrained in time, and they never have enough time to be able to collaborate between running their hospital service, actually treating patients and collaborating with industry. I think it's that question of bandwidth on their end that is often lacking.
It's so often in business, it's the trade-off between taking time out to do strategic work to benefit, to reduce the work they have to do on a day-to-day or business as usual function. And so if the government can help them, give them some more time for the strategic work, that would probably be the biggest thing that would help us keep the speed of innovation. Any other thoughts?
As already mentioned, funding. Funding is always an issue, especially health tech is a very expensive, business, and developing, connecting to people doing the trials, as already mentioned. So access and maybe a little bit of more faith. It was mentioned earlier on today that perhaps some funders need to fail a little bit more often. So I know that some of the investors we talk to seem to be quite averse to risk. So within our sphere,
you're looking for maybe like government grant support, and how do you think that should be structured? Should that be sort of based on collaboration with clinicians, or should that be, something, because unless we get that connection with those clinicians to the patients, it's going to be very difficult. Or how do you see that?
There is. I think there is a trend towards this, which is good. Where in the UK and the NHS, for example, they do have some funds that can open access to care pathways, and I think that's really important. It's critical, actually. Yeah. There's no point in developing technology in a vacuum. So I agree.
Well, as we head into economic trade winds, no doubt funding and money will always be at a premium here. So it's more important we ask for a really focused, where that money can be best benefit to us. So, funding, is there any other thoughts people have in terms of?
Just on the point made here as well, I would say getting access to clinicians. So even as an early stage company, obviously large pharmaceutical companies can pay and get a group of clinicians together, but to get a large group of clinicians and patients and get their inputs through organised groups in hospitals, and often a lot of hospitals are affiliated with the university, would make a difference. And that's exactly what happened during COVID. People were willing to give up their time and do it, but to keep that momentum in innovation, particularly with if it's the developer, not the business person, I think direct contact with the clinician is key for the person who's developing the product, because often it's missed when you're relying on a product manager or somebody to feed it back in. What's been communicated to them can often be very different than what gets back to the developer. So I think direct groups between product developers and the stakeholders is really important.
Yeah, you're obviously from Galway, so there's quite a lot of big health tech companies around there. Do you feel that they are supportive enough of the small innovators and collaborate enough with them to help, because obviously they're invested and it's good for them if there's a good infrastructure beyond their own business? I mean, do you think that that's good enough, or is it something that needs to be done there as well?
I think it is. I think the multinationals definitely play a role, but I think for the early stage companies, you're always looking for something they don't have, so you are looking to find a niche in their area or do something that disrupts that they'd be interested in that product. So I think they do play a part. Obviously, they have credibility. If you're looking particularly for international investor, that you can reference all these large multinationals that are based in Galway and are part of the ecosystem. But I think for early stage companies, you can get their input, but you are actually on your own in a lot of cases. A lot of companies are afraid to share their tech too early until their patents are filed and they really have tied down the technology.
Any other thoughts then on how we can keep this speed and innovation going? I mean, to encourage the next generation of innovators coming through, where do you think we need to focus on? Is it through universities, or is it people in the companies, in the pharmaceutical companies, who maybe want to sort of take another tack in their careers and move to set up their own companies?
I would say just support the ecosystem. So Galway is a great example through BioInnovate. It's a fellowship in the university where people can leave industry, go back in, spin out, secure funding, and grow a company from there. Then from that, there's later stage, entrepreneurs that have had successes. So I think it's really starting at the beginning and supporting the ecosystem from there right up to that multinational. And also in NUI Galway at the moment, they have a great, set up for young entrepreneurs through the Ideas Lab, which is also really important as well, that for undergraduates, not just for experienced people. I think it's, right across the board, because everybody's got ideas. And, it's been proven that at any age you can create a company and a business, with a good idea.
I take it, Jonathan, you're probably a guy after my own heart here. You also believe that the fundamental of this is talking to the people with the pain points, the patient, the clinician. What is it you need to talk to?
Yeah, we start, so our innovation process, we just talk to people. We try to figure out the problem that we're trying to solve and then go about that. And I think through that, then we start the development process and try to apply the technology. So always starting with a user is really important for us. I think you've mentioned a really critical word there of that ecosystem. I think a lot of the companies that are even here today or, are in Galway, they're not in direct competition with each other, and actually understanding that user may have now had a digital experience and have quite good information that leads between all these companies is there a future where all these companies are actually in partnership? Because I think what people aren't benefiting at the moment from is because there's lots of companies doing lots of things. It's hard to access the right pathways at the right times. And I think actually some consolidation of some pathways are going to allow for a better patient outcome and also allow for some of these companies to flourish and actually be able to help patients quicker and give people a better experience and empower, because that's ultimately, by digitizing all of this, you hopefully can help people faster and give people empowerment to do that. So I think, start with the user, and actually some consolidation within the ecosystem would be great.
So, and for those innovators out there, have you any last closing thoughts about what is it that really advice to them about what they should do?
I just say speak to all your stakeholders. Obviously, we're in health tech. For me, speaking to patients kind of changed, I suppose, just our emotional attitude to the product. So we obviously knew there was a big need in osteoarthritis, and I think most healthcare companies say everything they do it for the patient, but until you actually meet patients and you hear human stories, that makes a whole, gives you an emotional connection to really what you're doing, because it's ups and downs. And that for me was really, really important. So speak to all your stakeholders that are involved and associated with your product.
Any advice, Miriam?
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, especially since I was thinking there's sometimes a mismatch between the funding and the innovations that are put in specific therapeutic areas and the burden of those therapeutic areas on the overall population. So, if you think that a lot of innovators are young, they might be thinking about specific diseases more than others, and it might be skewed compared to how those diseases are actually impacting the overall population. So I think that making that emotional connection with diseases and therapeutic areas that they might not be familiar with, I think will create innovations in areas that are currently understudied.
Darryl, you any thoughts?
Maybe it's more a general thing for life, but certainly in terms of innovation, take risks. Don't let people put you down, and don't be afraid to fail. If you don't fail, you don't learn. Really, you don't learn from success as much as you learn from failure. So,
yeah, I think we've talked about emotional connection to those patients and those people. I think it's super critical. Like in the UK at the moment, you take yourself back 10 years. You used to have about an hour with a doctor before in consultation. Now you've got 4 minutes. So they call it the doorknob question of when you're just about to leave. The question that you really want to ask comes out at the very, very end. Just imagine yourself in those, and when you're designing and trying to build that experience, start from that kind of moment, because I think you get real impact that way. So I think, if you spend enough time with the users, you can really build compelling stuff. And once you build that, investment and everything else comes a little bit easier. If you don't have that dialed in straight on, it's kind of harder to tell your stories. It's harder to get investment. It's harder to do everything else. So knowing what you're trying to solve and how you're going to go about it is really, really critical.
Very good. And just in general, I don't know if we're much time left. But you know, I remember innovators under 35. I think the key advice here is to go for it. Make sure you take the risks and manage it. I remember not too long ago, it seems like just yesterday, I was on a list of 30 people to watch for under 30s. I'm now looking to see if there's the 100 to watch under 100. So it seems like just yesterday. So take your opportunities, and there's never been a better environment for innovation and for getting out there and providing innovation companies, and for the same for innovation in healthcare. And there's some really good people here to connect with, and if you get a chance, talk to them about how their experiences can help your experiences, particularly in healthcare, and how you can innovate where it really matters, and bringing benefits to patients and improving their well-being and improving healthcare for everybody. So thank you, everybody, and thank you for the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kate, and a really interesting conversation. Healthcare has definitely been the forefront of all of our minds, and I suppose the key takeaway for me is collaboration and funding is key to sustain this rapid health innovation that we've seen over the past few months. So thank you. Next, we're going to be joined by Becca Hume, who is founder of TAP SOS. Becca is going to be joining us via Zoom, and a good friend of Catalyst who's actually participated in a few of our programs of Invent and Springboard. So delighted that she's been honoured at this time. So welcome, Becca.
Hopefully you can all hear me and see me. What I'll do is I'll share my slides. Everyone hear me okay? Super. Let me just show my slides here. Sorry I can't be with you in person. COVID has caught up with me and meant that I couldn't be face-to-face with you all, but I hope you're having a brilliant event. And thank you for this opportunity just to share about TAP SOS for the next 5 minutes. Usually what I do when I start presentations is start with this slide. I know many of you in the room might already be familiar with this, but I usually ask, what do all these things have in common? And rather than wait on responses, I'll just fill you in. So each of the things on the screen have been designed and developed here in Northern Ireland. That's something I'm really proud of, and being someone from Northern Ireland and developing a company and a product. This is our ambition, to be globally recognised and used by many. Our product, TAP SOS, is currently being used in the UK, but we have global ambitions. And it's just been brilliant to be recognised as an innovator under 35 Europe. Here we are, small little country, but yet with global reach. So for me, it all began right here in front of an industrial lift. And that's when I met a colleague of mine who was deaf. And that really sparked within me this communication barrier and made me kind of question and wonder what would happen in other circumstances when the communication is difficult and there are barriers. And for me, I would have watched TV like this. Many of you will see an interpreter on the screen. I was very much preoccupied and watching an interpreter. I was intrigued. And for me, meeting my deaf colleague and also having this understanding of just sign language a little bit, I went and learned sign language for the next 8 years in college. And that really sparked a few ideas within me. And one of those, by speaking with the deaf community, really understanding that there are so many barriers with different products and services and so much room for improvement. And one of those big ones that stood out was, how do you interact with the emergency services at your time of great need? So I started investigating and looking into what happens here in the UK with the emergency services. We can telephone and we can also text. And I really wanted to explore, how can we enhance this and bring it forward into a more digital age? All I need to do is look at the generations Y and Z that have a massive influence on how we as companies need to innovate and design. So many people now just don't want to speak to people on the phone and prefer to do everything through app technology. We can order food, order taxis, all by not speaking to anybody. And I think this is definitely the future of where technology is going. So for us at TAP SOS, we wanted to explore how people then can communicate through non-verbal contact with 999. And we've created the first app to be able to do this. Now you might Google or search the app stores and type in emergency app, and you will see hundreds and hundreds, quite a lot of them very red, very aggressive, causes a lot of panic. Even some of them are called panic buttons. And these primarily connect you with family and friends, or short list little numbers of support and different helplines. None of them connect with the emergency service, and we were the first to do that. So we spent 4 years on an accreditation scheme with government and linked with different emergency services and BT, and are the first company then to be fully accredited and approved and connected with the BT 999. And it's something we're really proud of. Over the last few years, we have been recognised for numerous awards, which has been fantastic and just really helps with the traction and moving the product into the hands of users. Something as well that has been quite fun on the journey has been meeting many familiar faces, which are on the screen. It's just been a great opportunity just to kind of spread awareness of our product. Favourite of mine was meeting Richard Branson through the Virgin Thing competition, and that was just fantastic. It's really down to earth and shares being dyslexic, something that has been a challenge for me personally, but also something that really helps kind of think a little bit outside of the box a bit differently. So for us, the product TAP SOS really is about driving more inclusion and access. Something we have developed into the product is just looking at language speakers. So when you think about whenever you call 999, quite often here, there may be multiple barriers, could be physical, medical, or situational. And what if English isn't your first language? We've found that there are 800,000 people who live in the UK whose language is something other than English. So we have focused on developing the product that it's got language features and also is highly visual, so all icon led. And there is the option of calling 999 as a backup, and that was part of the accreditation request. Something we learned from our users whenever we first launched the app in 2019, where people were really delighted to have access to this, but were afraid to touch it or open it or go anywhere near it. So something we developed within the product is preview mode, to allow people to get familiar with the process and have a look and get comfortable with it, because what we want to do is to educate and to make people feel reassured and in control of the time whenever they can be under extreme trauma. During the pandemic, we actually created a second product. We used the name TAP-DA, but its real name is anonymous, just for the protection of the users who it's for. And this is to report specifically to police any domestic abuse. The idea about this product is that it's disguised and discreet and is very quick to use, really just to support victims against any perpetrators. We really want to help support the police and government to tackle domestic abuse and encourage earlier reporting to produce more positive justice outcomes. It's been a challenging time for many people across the globe, particularly after the effects of the pandemic and lockdowns. And this is something that is definitely on the government agenda, and something we were delighted to be able to kind of have the space to innovate a bit further. I don't want to take up too much more of your time, because I know there's a busy conference ahead. If you haven't heard of TAP SOS before, I just encourage you to follow us on our social media channels and journey with us. It's just a brilliant opportunity to be able to share this with you, and I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Becca is one of our MIT Under 35 innovators, and it's great to see kind of the theme amongst many of the innovators is technology trying to improve people's lives, and Becca's is definitely doing that. So next, I would like to welcome back to the stage Miriam Sefta, who is Chief Diagnostic Officer from Oken. Oken is a French startup that's using AI and personalised medicine in cancer treatment. So welcome, Miriam.
All right, so thank you everybody for the opportunity to talk today. So I'm going to be talking about how at Oken we're using AI to transform the way in which we diagnose diseases. Don't take too many pictures of this slide because I'm realizing there's the wrong date on the first slide. So basically our mission at Oken is to use AI to help discover and develop better treatments for unmet medical needs. And we are focused currently on oncology, but obviously this mission can be extended to other therapeutic areas. So we are a young company. So we were co-founded about 6 years ago by Thomas Clausel, who's our CEO, who's an assistant professor in clinical oncology, as well as Gilles, who was a professor and PI in machine learning in academia. And basically, I think what they've been really good at is building an interdisciplinary team to tackle these problems. So we really built a team of about 150 people, including several PhDs, over 30 located in France, the UK, the US, and Switzerland. And what's important with this team is that it combines data scientists with software engineers and especially also medical, clinical, and now biology experts. And importantly as well, we've built a network of about 170 KOLs, so key opinion leaders, top clinicians, that we regularly interact with to stress test our hypotheses and to collaborate with on our research projects. In fact, about all of the R&D that we do is in collaboration with academic institutions. Basically, our company offers an end-to-end AI-powered precision medicine solution, we could call it a platform, and the idea is to go directly from patient data circling back to patient outcomes. So the first brick of this was getting access to patient data. So for artificial intelligence, obviously the first thing that you need is access to data. And as some of you may know, access to healthcare data is actually a relatively complicated, highly regulated, and very complex to navigate. So we built specific technology and specific ways of working to allow us to get access to that data, in particular privacy-preserving computational methods to process this data and gain the trust of the academic institutions that we were working with. And then we work on multimodal data, so with several modalities, and I think that this is also something that was very important, is to basically be able to investigate directly patient data to be able to make that research efficient. A lot of biomedical research today is, in the past, has been based on models of diseases, so whether they are cell lines or animal models. And in fact, research derived directly from patient data has been less developed, and what we're seeing in the field in general and in our company as well is the development of R&D that is really focused directly on patient data and not only on animal or cell line models that simulate what the disease actually looks like. And then finally, we also work on deploying these solutions directly in the healthcare setting. So you might be wondering what all of this has to do with diagnostics. Just to give you an overview of what's going on in cancer in particular, but this is also the case for several other multifactorial diseases, is that we actually don't have a full picture of what's going on in patients. And this is because there's actually a lot of heterogeneity, not only between various types of cancers, so breast cancer is different from colon cancer, obviously, but also within a particular type of cancer. So one breast cancer patient is not going to have the same diseases as another breast cancer patient. In fact, there's actually also even tumoral heterogeneity. So these patients actually have highly complex tumors individually. So all of this heterogeneity is also compounded by the fact that there are natural differences between patients. So two patients might have different cancers and different tumors, but they're also different. They're different in age, they're different in overall health, they're different in genetics. And so all of these things create a lot of variability. And it means, what it means in general is that it's elusive, it's now I think there's a general recognition in the community that we're never going to find one treatment to treat all patients, and that precision medicine, so basically finding the right treatment for the right patient, is the future of care for cancer. And cancer is, I would say, one of the most advanced therapeutic areas in really understanding this precision medicine, but we're seeing this concept expand to other therapeutic areas where similarly we have heterogeneity between patients and we need to adapt the treatment protocol to each individual patient. And so this is where diagnostics come into play, because the role that diagnostics play is to find the match between a particular patient and the treatment that is best adapted to them, to their makeup and their disease. So unfortunately, there are still several barriers that are keeping us from developing efficient diagnostics for precision medicine and precision oncology. The first is that what we've seen is that patient subgroups are actually relatively small. So for example, if we look at breast cancer, we can find some alterations that are highly treatable, but that are only present in 1 or 2% of patients. So that means that out of 100 patients that you see, that an oncologist might see, there might be one patient that could be a candidate for a slam dunk drug that will, in fact, have a good impact on their overall outcome. And so screening for those patients becomes relatively expensive, because you need to screen 100 patients to find the one. And you can multiply this times the number of subcategories that you have of each cancer. And the fact that today a lot of the screening methods are still relatively expensive. There are some tests that can be relatively cheap, that can be a few euros, but we also have tests today that cost several thousand euros per patient. And so we can easily imagine that rolling those out across the entire patient population is not actually feasible in practice. And so the fact that these subgroups are all individually relatively rare and that the screening methods are still very expensive are limiting some innovations from actually getting to their patients. So the drugs exist. We know that a certain fraction of patients will respond, but it's making that match, finding those patients that can benefit from the drug, which is still very difficult. The second kind of hurdle is that several of these diagnostics require specific human and rare expertise to run them. And so if we're talking about a cutting-edge cancer care center, for example, they will have the experts in-house to do this. But this expertise will not be available to all patients across an entire country. This also makes it difficult to have the right treatment for all patients across an entire population. And finally, unfortunately, in some cases, the right diagnostics don't even exist yet. So it's not even a question of a price or of an expertise. The tests the efficient tests currently don't exist. So at Oaken, we wondered, how can AI help in making all of this better? And a lot of companies are also working on this. And what's interesting is that most cancer diagnostics and a lot of diagnostics in general use images. And the richest of these images are pathology images. So pathology images are basically biopsies or resected tumor pieces
that are visualized on glass slides under a microscope, but that as of about a dozen years ago can now be digitized. And so a digitized pathology image is actually a lot of information in one picture. Each slide is about 2 gigabytes of data, so that's about as much information as a full-length feature film. And currently, pathologists have routinely just a couple of minutes to scan through those slides and make their conclusions. And so this means that today there's a general consensus across the community, even within pathologists, that there's a lot of information in those images that's currently not being exploited. So, and the good thing is here is that most image diagnostics come down to classification. So on the left, you have a classification task of classifying between blueberry muffins and chihuahuas. And the same, there's a picture of a pathology slides. The same can be used for pathology slides. So for example, identifying patients that will respond to drug A versus patients that will not respond to drug A. Supervised machine learning, which is on images, which is greatly developed in the past years, is very good at doing this, so learning from examples. So what we've seen in the past about 5 to 7 years is a lot of groundbreaking publications in really the top journals, Nature Medicine, Nature Communications, ASCO, publications coming out one by one by several research groups showing that AI for digital pathology can actually do a lot more than we even imagined it could do. So first, what these papers and these studies have shown is that these AI solutions can assist pathologists in the tasks they routinely perform. So what they routinely perform is, for example, tumor detection, tumor grading, cell counting. And so the promise of this technology is to make the analysis of these images faster. And so this allows for the promise of screening more and more patients in more and more subgroups, but saving time. Also more cost-effective, obviously because you're sparing pathologists time. You can make it better, so some of these tasks are actually more efficiently done by machines than by pathologists. Not that pathologists are not capable of doing them, but that these are very time-consuming and very tedious tasks. And so a machine obviously doesn't, care about spending time to really precisely, for example, count the proliferation rate of a particular tumor. And then finally, the most important of all, in my opinion, is that these AI solutions make this expertise accessible to all. So a lot of, for example, rare diagnostics are still in the hands of a few experts across a single country. So you'll have pathologists, for example, all across a particular country, sending their slides to the one expert to make sure that they got the accurate diagnosis. And setting up these networks is expensive and time-consuming, and they don't necessarily exist across all countries, across all patient subtypes. And importantly, beyond this, what these studies have shown in these past years, and what I think is the most exciting, is that AI can go beyond what the pathologist's eye can see. And so there have been studies that shown that from a digitized pathology image, AI can predict the presence of a genetic mutation. It can predict cancer outcomes. So patient basically survival can be predicted directly from those images, and response to treatment can be also predicted directly from these highly dimensional images. And so this shows that these AI-based tools have the promise to enhance precision medicine and diagnostics in an inexpensive and effective way, in a way that was never done before. So that's, I was going to say, a lot of promises, and the road to market is still very long. And currently, so this is just an overall roadmap of standard product development from idea, solution market readiness, market access, and finally, revenue. And a lot of for digital pathology, most products, the most advanced product are currently at the I would say FDA approval CE marking stage and are currently hitting the market. So the first products are now currently being rolled out. And it's exciting because we're seeing a lot of pathology labs starting to adapt their processes and go for more and more digitization to be ready to welcome these new technologies. So to give you a specific example, I don't know how much time I have left. 5 minutes. All right, I'm going to go relatively fast. This is a product that we've been developing at Oaken on breast cancer. So the specific use case is for hormone receptor positive breast cancers, which make up about 65% of all breast cancers. So these are cancers with relatively good prognosis, with 90% of complete remission after the first round of treatment. However, 10% of patients relapse, and it's currently very difficult to identify early on who those 10% of patients will be. So clinicians, when they see an early stage hormone receptor positive patient coming in their door, they don't necessarily know if these patients are high-risk patients that are at very high risk of relapse, or if they're low-risk patients. And why this matters is that the treatment protocol is going to be different. For patients that are at very low risk of relapse, the current challenge is basically making their quality of life post-treatment as good as possible. So you may know that, for example, hormone receptor positive cancers, breast cancers, a lot of the long-term treatment is going to involve hormonal therapies. So basically very heavy hormonal treatments that are going to greatly impact a woman's life in the next 10 years after her initial treatment. Whereas for patients at a high risk of relapse, what's important is really having timely follow-ups, maybe more aggressive therapies from the beginning. And so basically being able to categorize these two categories of patients and give them treatments that are adapted to their particular tumors is very critical. So we built an AI model that, from basic clinical variables and the digitized pathology slide, can classify patients between high risk and low risk to better inform the treatment decision of oncologists. What we found, so not going to bore you with all the science, but basically that we were able to predict risk of relapse with performance that was on par, if not better, than current gold standard solutions, and also cheaper than molecular tests that exist out there. So I'm just going to skip here. The opportunities here is that the results are better than the current standard of care, and a lot of these new technologies that are rolling out are going to be better than the current standard of care. And for this particular use case, we found that 40% of patients who relapsed, in fact, did not receive chemo in the patient cohort, even though they had been classified as high-risk by our model. So those are patients that should have been basically followed up with and treated more aggressively. And that also 25% of patients that had been classified by oncologists as low risk, but that were classified by our model as low risk, did in fact receive chemo, which means that they might actually have not benefited from that chemo and didn't need that additional treatment. All right.
Thank you, Miriam. And personalised medicine is definitely of big interest in this region, with the Derry City Strabane District Council City deal trying to create a new personalised medicine centre. So Miriam and all of the speakers will be at the lunch, so if anybody has any questions, feel free to pop over. That's what the idea of that is, to give you all an opportunity to network. Next, I would like to welcome to the stage Dr. Charles Chan, who's been celebrated as one of the MIT Under 35 Innovators. If you want to give him a warm welcome, and he is Senior Scientist at AstraZeneca. So welcome, Charles.
Hi, this is my great honor to introduce my previous work at King's College London in UK. So my innovation is using the computer simulations to guide the drug design. So the drug design, what we are using for the drug is the membrane-active peptides. So this is a kind of drug that can target the specific specific cell membranes with a unique functions. So if you watch the movie Matrix, you will realize there's a simulated world in the movie, and we are doing something similar in a smaller scale. So we use computer simulations to study how the drug interact with the target, the biomarkers. And in this case, because it's a membrane-active peptide, the biomarker is the cell membranes. So the simulation, what we use here is using the molecular dynamic simulations. Molecular dynamic simulations is a type of simulation that can simulate the atom and molecule movements in the atomic scales. So it's like an atomic microscope. And our approach is using the computer to simulate the drug function and also the structure. And then we can use experiments to validate and then compare with our simulations. And then we can extract the knowledge and to do our drug design in the next cycle. And then we can generate a new protein. And then the cycle will be repeated for several iterations until we got the optimized drug candidates. So why is this important? And the reason is because one single peptide, which is a small protein, can have different kind of events in the biological systems. So as you can see, it can be unstructured, it can be structured, and they can aggregate in a solution. And sometimes they can form a functional structure in the cell membrane. So the peptides can be in the water on the interface of the cell membrane, or it can get into the cell membrane and become like a structure. So there are some examples of what we have done with the computer before. So as you can see, these small proteins can interact with the cell membrane, and they can bind onto the surface and then start to fold as a structure, and they can penetrate across the cell membrane and then start to associate with other small proteins, and then become a functional structure in the membrane. And it can conduct water and ions to cross the membrane, and also other functions. And using the computer, we can mutate the sequence of the protein, and then we can predict what the structure and functions will look like in the cell membrane. So in the bottom here, you can see we compare two different sequences. One sequence has a bigger structure, and one has smaller structure, and they both have different functions. So in biological systems, there are many different kinds of cell membrane types. And for example, our body have different organs, and all the cell membranes are different within the organs. So we can use that as an application to cure cancer, because the cancer cells has different membrane compared to the normal cells. So we can use cell membrane as a biomarker. So what we did is we used the molecular dynamic simulations to guide our drug library design. And then we synthesize the drugs, and then we apply them to the high throughput screening, so we can evaluate the potential candidates from the screening. And then we use the cell tissue to do the experiments, and then we found the drug candidates. And then we use the nano formulation, which means we can make nanoparticles with the drug, and the nanoparticles can make the drug more bioavailable and also more stable to the human for the treatment. So before doing the human clinical trials, we use mouse as an animal model before we move that to human. And in the mouse, we use the triple-negative breast cancer in the mouse as a model for our study. The reason why we use triple-negative breast cancer is because triple-negative means there's no biomarkers on the cancer cells for this kind of breast cancer. And in this case, we use the cell membrane as a biomarker. And we found that our nanoparticle can eliminate the tumors from the cells, and the mice can still survive after several months. So this technology has been patented, and currently we are working with our industrial partner to evaluate their safety before we move it to the clinical trials. So the work is still ongoing. And this is my story, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. We're going to start the first of our special sessions. So if I can ask the panel to make their way to the stage, it's going to be chaired by Seamus McAteer, founder and resident of the AI Fund, all the way from San Francisco. Seamus is going to be joined by Dr. Javier Sarasola Armardia from the LUR Foundation from the Basque Country, who's one of our MIT under 35 innovators, John Breslin from Tech Innovate and Ag Innovate, Director of ANUI, Sergio Galastea, co-founder and lead of blockchain at Code Contact in Spain, also an MIT under 35 innovator. Before they start, and as they make their way to the stage, we're going to play two short videos from our sponsors, Open University and Catalyst.
And relevant also to these problems are our plans for a University of the Air. It's designed to provide an opportunity for those who, for one reason or another, have not been able to take advantages of higher education.
Let's say you're one of those people.
One of those who think where you start in life shouldn't limit where you go. One of those who think a university shouldn't just be, well, a university. Let's say you're one of us, and together we are the Open University. Open to all of us, all of the time. Not some of us, some of the time. We are a movement of millions, a mission of one. We are disruptors, occasional troublemakers, game changers. We are the fuel for imagination, chasing comets, making the impossible possible. We are restless in our drive to see progress that touches us all, inspiring students to become ministers and midwives, barristers and teachers, tech entrepreneurs, business gurus, and more. Our cause goes beyond being an innovative way of learning, and our future lies in continuing to build that cause. We are the people who open up the future of learning. This is how we shape the future. Let's say you are one of those people who believe what we believe, one of those excited by possibility. Let's say you are one of us. We can't wait to open up millions of futures. And with your help, we can.
It's a great program for whoever's looking. It doesn't matter what you want to go into.
We can handle more than we think we can when we are part of a team, because actually you're not taking all that pressure on yourself.
You will learn and you will feel better from having this experience, and this will tee you up for whatever comes next in life.
It was great to watch students really flourish and develop their personalities further.
All of us just felt so included, and whenever we were given the little tasks during the week, we were just so eager to get involved and just to have such a cool experience.
Hello and welcome to this next panel. We're focusing on innovation in AI and blockchain technology. So we're tweaking things just a little. And how those technologies are being applied to for the good of humanity. My name is Seamus McAteer. I'm with AI Fund currently. It was a fund started by a gentleman called Andrew Ng, who is probably the godfather of AI, it's fair to say. And but I'm a repeat entrepreneur. I actually used to come to this part of the world when I was a kid with my dad, who's from Fanet Head, just up the road. So it feels really good to be here in this context. And I have to dart after this to go up and see some of my cousins, or I'll be killed. But it's great to be here. We've got an illustrious panel. And just to put things in context, like AI, mixed reputation, people are kind of afraid of it. We're moving, the context of general intelligence, and we'll be working for the machines, and it's going to disintermediate human activity is something that's a little bit scary. And blockchain technology, what's it good for? We've seen the demise just in the last week of UST, which was supposed to be pegged to the US dollar. Several, 30 billion or something wiped out. Is it a pyramid scheme? So these gentlemen are going to address those issues amongst others. So I'll go down the line and we'll start with you, Sergio, just to talk a little bit about how you're applying blockchain technology to do something useful.
Okay, thank you, first of all. I'm Sergio, I'm coming from Spain, and I have the bad idea
let's say, 3 years ago to create my own company, and we are working with blockchain technology. As we said, blockchain is like a new technology. Everyone is speaking about it. Everyone has a big fear about what is going to happen with that technology. But we are applying that in business processes. That means, thanks to blockchain technology, we can keep the traceability and the transparency of all the processes that we are developing nowadays in the business, and also with digital proofs that are demonstrated legally. We have been the first company demonstrated that. And now we are working with many companies in Spain, especially, because they have a big problem in that aspect, because they spend a lot of time in administrative processes in order to demonstrate. Thanks to us, they are making that in a few minutes with blockchain technology.
Okay, and just hold that thought. And before I get to you, John, Xavier, just a little bit about what you're doing is super relevant here in the Gaeltacht area. You're from the Basque Country. Talk a little bit about how you're applying AI technology in the context of culture and language.
Yeah, as you said, I think that new technology is scary because it's powerful, but it can be powerful too to help us in a powerful way. So I'm from the Basque Country. I work in Eluyar Foundation, and we're working in building TTS systems for minority.
TTS, just to explain, is text to speech.
Yeah. So we create artificial voice that reads some text. So we're building, usually artificial intelligence needs huge amounts of data to be functional, to work well. So we're trying to work with a TTS system for minority languages and trying to use really small databases. Because to be minority languages means that you have really small public databases. So we're working to be efficient. We already made TTS systems for Occitan, that is a minority language in France. We made it for Basque too, and we're working with Galician and Catalan too, that are minority languages in Spain. The second step, once we have these TTS systems, is to build speech-to-speech translation systems that are like automatic dubbing systems that you speak in your language, and the systems obtain the text, translate it, and create the translation in artificial voice. And we're working in a special case of these speech-to-speech systems that we're trying to maintain the voice ID during all the process. So you can speak in a language, and you can obtain, in the end, your own voice speaking in a language that maybe you don't even know. So this would break barriers and communication between different communities and help maybe minority languages to be part of digital world, interconnected world, and yeah.
I have a feeling you're going to be mobbed by Udrus and the Gaeltacht just after this. But John, why don't you put you work across technologies and you've got some personal experience. I know you've published a book that's been very well received here in Ireland that used AI in its production, but why don't you put things in context from your perch?
Sure. So, Gormaga Seamus, agus maybe Ardus Kamijara Kuplafoka Las Gaelga, so Jugay Hilagana agus Tana or some Ansha, and you Tishkwil Mar Fain, Kasula la Ahar Seamus as Donegal, agus ta Ash Specialty Macree, le Chirconnell, agus Kamala Shin. Marger Anna Gallagher Arare Tasulan Gomeg Kangles Nua August Naskanu Nua Korhia Ijer Shipsha August Anach Anna Specialty August Anna Audin Asha. I was just saying that I hope you all make a special connection to Donegal. It's a place very special to my heart, as you heard. Seamus's dad is from Donegal. Happens my dad is from Donegal as well, from Glenties, which is just out of here. And yeah, so the story that you were saying there, Seamus, about the books, and I think many Irish people would either bless me or curse me for the Old Ireland in Colour books, because you may have received either 3 copies of it during the COVID Christmases, or you had to post this to your family in America or Australia, and it's quite a heavy book, so I'm sure it costs quite a penny to post it to your relatives. But anyway, the artificial intelligence angle is that essentially, black and white photographs, if you want to colorize them, traditionally it would have taken a lot of time where you have to colorize all the different parts, all the clothes, all the, the hair and the hats and so on. And I used an artificial intelligence system called Nuálaithe, which helps with the colorization. So it basically automatically applies a certain amount of color to black and white photographs. And on top of that, then I use systems like Photoshop to, to do more manual work on top of that. I think in terms of the benefit for humanity, because, colorizing photographs, obviously it's generating a greater interest in history, and, we are renewing our connection to the past. But it's also a serious angle because it's being used by people in reminiscence therapy. So people who are trying to remember, when they were young, they might have problems forming new memories. They want to connect to the present. These colorized photographs are actually quite useful in terms of getting people to talk about when they were young. I've heard so many stories of grandparents sitting around the book talking about, the images, how things were different with their children and their grandchildren. And, just the impact of something which is an innocent colorized photograph is just amazing.
Yeah, no, I just spent a few days with my 94-year-old mother, and I'm one of 11 kids. We all wrote stories about our memories of our mother, and just reading those stories was the best. But I'll plug that particular application. But Sergio, you're building on top of blockchain technology. You're solving a real problem with respect to supply chain technology. Did you start with the technology? Did you start with the application? How did you wind up focusing on blockchain?
Yeah, in my case, I didn't start because of blockchain. I started with data, with big data, working on that. And in one moment, I have like a personal reflection that it was, where is the security of the information? Everybody's with our mobile phone, we're with the internet connection, and we're creating data. But what is the security of that data? There is no technology to keep the security nowadays. That's part of the cybersecurity. We realized that the only way to solve that, it was to trust in another company or trust in someone to let that information. So there is no privacy in internet nowadays. So in that way, I arrived to, let's say, to blockchain through Bitcoin, the cryptocurrency. I started to investigate about that, and I realized that it was really difficult to use blockchain nowadays. You need to know about how to develop a smart contract, you need to know about wallet, you need to get tokens. So it's like how everyone is going to use that if it is really difficult to use. I can imagine my grandmother using blockchain, let's say. No? So it was a big challenge in the technology. We started to work on that, and also we realized that it was not legal validity on blockchain nowadays. So it was something that we wanted to go ahead. We take the challenge in code contract, and we demonstrate. We started with blockchain, and we started to apply in business. Let's say the technology is a good part of the solution, but it's not everything. Let's say, for me, the technology is the way to get something. It's not the solution to get something. So the real case of blockchain, I think, is going to be with the human use case, I think.
I'll just say something about maybe blockchain applications. Seamus and Sergio, it's very interesting to hear about what you're working on as well, because it's quite related to what I'm interested in. I think it's good to have a kind of a definition of what is blockchain, because it's one of these words that's very much hyped, it's thrown into, I've seen so many press releases, I do a lot of work with startups through Tech Innovation, NUI Galway and the Portrait, but it's thrown into press releases like artificial intelligence. So blockchain, the definition I like, it's one from Ginny Romerty, who was the CEO of IBM and now the chair, and she said that, what the internet did for information, blockchain does for transactions. And the whole idea is you make transactions more open, more transparent, more trustable. A bit like the internet made information more open and more accessible. So, we often hear about blockchain in terms of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, and obviously you've mentioned various failures in terms of value dropping and so on. But the technology that blockchain enables, what blockchain enables is better trusted transactions. And transactions happen all the time. The problem is people maintain different records of what happens in those transactions. So if I sell something to a shop, if I'm a supplier, I have my records and they have their records. And the whole idea of blockchain is to unify that and to make it more open and transparent and trustable. And there's lots of applications. It's not just Bitcoin. You can use it for, we have projects in NUI Galway around peer-to-peer energy sharing for communities on the Aran Islands. We have projects around the supply chain in terms of food security and trusting the movement of food items through the food supply chain. So it's the same enabling technology, but there are just so many applications in terms of working with transactions, and transactions are in everything. There could be legal transactions where court documents move from one jurisdiction to another jurisdiction. Really the possibilities are just limited by your imagination. And as I say, it's good to think about the positive aspects, like our panel is about the benefits to humanity, and there are so many positive aspects to these technologies.
And are you going to create NFTs of these colorized photos? When's the auction? When's the drop?
You may joke, Seamus, I've already been approached by a number of startups asking me to create NFTs of colorized photographs. So yes, you got there ahead of them.
But talking a little bit about your application, Javier, and talking about openness. So, if we look at what's been happening with AI, it's shifted from people building core AI systems to building on top of state-of-the-art models. Can you talk a little bit, like you were able to apply current state-of-the-art models to this problem of low-resource, quote-unquote, language like Basque. Talk a little bit about how you did that and what you built on top of.
Yeah, of course. It's very important, the open source code culture that it's happening right now with big tech companies share their technology, the software for people, for the community to use. Maybe this is a method to get talent, the best talent of the world, because you get accustomed to work with this code. But this also gives you the opportunity to build with low resource, or maybe like a small team, with a small team. You can build on top of this technology and be creative in starting not from zero, let's say. Yeah. So you get on track and get speed with the state-of-the-art technologies. So it's very helpful for any innovator, any new creator to have this open source software all over the internet.
How long would it take you to build translation automated from Gaelic to Basque? How long?
Challenge. You mean like a speech-to-speech?
We've got a budget holder right here. How long and how much?
How much? I mean, usually that's the thing. Because of this open source software culture, the main problem is to obtain data. Okay. As I said, to be a minority language, the problem is that you have no open source data. So the most of the work is to build these databases, even if they're small. You have to be efficient to do it fast, and then the models are you can do them pretty fast using open source software.
And we're seeing sort of new marketplaces emerge for data, right? Hugging Face and other kind of marketplaces emerge. Are you guys doing anything around facilitating more open exchange of data using blockchain technology?
Yeah, in the case of blockchain, it's everything open source. So you can go to GitHub, let's say, and you can download the old code and you can deploy. So nothing is private on blockchain. It's the culture. Okay. Everything is about the community.
Right. And from your perspective, you're in NUI Galway. Are you seeing sort of a new level of innovation result from this, and you're working with startups and people in sort of Galway, and can people in sort of rural Ireland take advantage of some of this open innovation?
No, for sure. And I suppose, as we've heard, more open systems, more open software, but also more open hardware is making new things happen. Just in parallel, I work with 3 Science Foundation Ireland research centres. One is data analytics, called Insight. Another is smart manufacturing, which is called Confirm. And the other is AgTech, which is called Vista Milk. And data obviously underlies all of these things. So, the availability of better data, we do a lot of work around standardization of kind of data formats to make it more accessible. So I'm involved in a project called Onto Commons, which is around data standards for materials and manufacturing. but just in parallel, one of my PhD students was defending his PhD, and his work was on working with data, but on low resource computing systems like edge devices, Arduinos and Raspberry Pis. These are all low power, low cost computers that have become extremely accessible. So he just finished his PhD in the past hour and defended it on the topic of managing this data classification across these low resource PCs, so the computers. So the availability of open source libraries, platforms, but also I think the other part, Seamus, is how accessible it has become to high-powered computing systems, in our homes. So GPUs, which are basically the graphical processing units used in many gaming PCs, are now being used to do a lot of AI deep learning applications, and they've become so much more accessible. So you can do, hard stuff a lot quicker. Like the colorization software I use uses these GPUs or gaming systems to basically carry out colorization in a fraction of the time than would have done a while ago. So there's, I suppose, a combination of kind of things that come together: open source systems, better access to data, agreed formats for data, high-powered and low-powered computing systems, and the more open, the better. Blockchain, of course, as well.
Right, and just so it sounds like things are speeding up, things are more open. How soon before your grandmother can use blockchain technology? How pervasive will it get? Is it something that will just disappear and we'll know it's real when we don't even think about it? It'll just be like sort of TCP/IP. It'll be like a protocol, or that we call the internet. When will blockchain be mainstream?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Let's say, in my opinion, I think blockchain will be under our solutions. We will not know if we are using blockchain or not.
Yeah.
Because it's like we are thinking now, for example, as you said before, NFT. We are thinking to use NFT, and we are looking about how to use NFT. But the problem, I think, or the question will be just the opposite. How can I make something, my own property, on internet? Maybe it could be the NFT the solution, but maybe no. Maybe there are other solutions, other technologies to make it more effective than use blockchain nowadays. So in many times, I think the best moment of blockchain will be when we are using it without knowing that we are using it.
Right, and point a little bit about sort of you're working in this area of language and applying AI to language. What's the ultimate vision here? What will your world look like in 2 or 3 years? Or in 5 years? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, continuing with this speech-to-speech translation, maybe we can move along from the world with fully automated translations to speak between each other without any barriers. And maybe I think sometimes I think that Europe has a lot of languages, and we talked about today about how Europe has to speed and boost the AI technologies, the industry, and the networking. So maybe this would be like break barriers in Europe and make things more tight, or the market more tight, maybe. So this would change the scenario completely.
And it's not that far away, really.
Yeah, it's not that far. That's in 5 years, I see maybe transparent speech-to-speech translation. So we'll talk each other without barriers, let's say. And this would be a revolution, I think.
And it's needed. And I'll just give you one anecdote. My wife is an occupational therapist working with seniors, and she'll call in a remote interpreter, and she's working with a cognitively challenged senior, trying to explain something very simply, and then it's a long conversation in Cantonese, and the person's confused. So I can see a real need. What do you think?
Yeah.
What's the most exciting thing you're working on, John, that you think will shift things in the next few years?
Well, I suppose some of the things, Seamus, like obviously our world is changing, right? We've heard obviously, directly from Kiev this morning in terms of the problems. We know the knock-on effects that's having in terms of the food ecosystem, supply chains. We've seen, because of COVID, the challenges around manufacturing and getting parts and getting supply. So, you know, you were asking earlier about innovations and where are startups going. They're going to go where the problems are. You know, they're going to go where the paying customers are. AI, of course, can be used for so many things. It can be used for, you know, helping with our languages. It can be used for self-driving cars. It can equally well be used to tackle very serious problems we have in the world, whether it's food supply, manufacturing. So like we're working on, for example, using deep learning, which is a form of AI, to help better predict when machines in factories are going to break down. So it's called predictive maintenance. So instead of waiting for the machine to break down, you're looking at all of the logs for the machines, and you're using deep learning to try and identify before the machine breaks when it needs to be repaired. And again, this is using a form of AI which wasn't possible. There were ways to do this, but because AI has advanced and deep learning is a better way to do certain types of things, it can be used to help with, you know, machines breaking down. So you imagine problems in the supply chain. You can imagine all of these issues around we can't buy cars because they can't make enough of the chips. We can't buy computers because, you know, again, there's blockages in different parts of the supply chain. At least if we can start to free up certain things there, we can start to solve some of the issues. But more seriously, I think the food supply chain, you know, I suppose if you're looking at 5 years' time, this is where there are going to be serious issues if things continue as they are. And we're having warnings of it now. We're seeing people, the UN and so on, tweeting about it. But that's certainly, you know, I don't think it's an exciting thing where things are happening. I think, unfortunately, it's a place where things have to happen in terms of new innovations, and AI being one of the technologies, blockchain a subset of that, which can help. But, you know, there's lots of things we need to do here.
This is great. Thank our panelists for a great conversation. Thank you all.
At Ulster Bank. I'm conscious that I stand between all of you and some food. So if you're like my 12-year-old who gets very hangry at this time of the day, bear with us for one more session before we get something going. Before I ask our dragons to come up on stage, we'd just like to show a short video of one of our partners at the event today, Uno Square. So let's get this party started and get ourselves to lunch. I'd like to invite our three dragons to come on stage, and as you're coming up, I'll explain who you all are. So first of all, we have Peter Devine. He's Head of Strategic Partnerships at Ulster University and the project lead for Cognitive Analytics Research Lab at the university. Mary-Ann Pearce is founder and CEO of Map Digital, an on-site and online event design and engineering agency. Hope I got that right, Mary-Ann. Perfect. And Mary-Ann is also the first global diaspora ambassador for the Awaken Hub, which is the first all-island programme for female entrepreneurs in Ireland, so well done on that. And finally, we have Sean Flood, who is the founding partner at EFO Ventures, an early-stage investment and incubation studio with a focus on companies in the mobility, clean tech, health and wellbeing sectors. So there we go, I got that out of the way. Hopefully I got everybody's stuff right. Now, I've been struck in the past 24 hours, not just with the innovation in the room, but actually the use of language, and we've heard many different languages spoken in the last day. And it reminded me of an old Norwegian word, which hopefully there's no one from Norway here because I'm probably going to butcher the use of it, but dugnag is the cultural practice in Norway of people coming together for the common good of their community. And whilst Dragon's Den pitches are always seen as a competition, and they are, one of our 4 pitchers will win a nice prize and it'll be announced tonight. I wanted to flip it on its head a little bit today and think about it from a different perspective. So, whilst we're going to have 1 minute of pitch and 3-minute Q&A, I want everyone in this room, because what we have here is a group of innovators, key people in ecosystems across not just Europe and America, but the world. And instead of sitting here listening to 4 pitchers and thinking they were pretty good, what amazing entrepreneurs, I want you all to sit and think about, can I help one of those people on stage? Can I do one thing today to help that business? Because these are 4 innovators who will be the people you will talk about in 10 years that you've seen them today. So think about how you can help them. The power of the community in this room, and community is a word that's been used a lot today, the power of that community is phenomenal. So think very hard about how you can use a bit of dugnag in there. So enough of that. We have our first pitcher who is actually coming to us via the world of Zoom. So hopefully we're all good with this and it works out well for us. So we have the CEO of Nuálaithe Technologies, Sandeep Day, who's on with us now. Sandeep, welcome virtually. Hope you're well. Sandeep, we're going to hand over to you, and when you start talking, your minute is ready to go.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sandeep Day, the CEO of Nuálaithe Technologies, where we are leveraging artificial intelligence, blockchain, cloud, and edge computing to fight food waste and hunger. Every year, we waste more than 1.3 billion tons of food, which contributes to almost 10% of global carbon emissions. Our flagship product, the Nuálaithe app, is an AI-powered mobile solution to help consumers optimize their consumption and make data-driven decisions to reduce waste, save money, and improve sustainability. Nuálaithe provides in-app shopping planning, better management of food, recipe suggestions, weekly analytics on food buying and wasting habits, in-app news and media consumption on food industry, and the ability to buy food at a discounted price. We have already helped more than 17,000 users to save more than 280,000 food products and reduce carbon emission by 142 tons. To learn
Sorry,
more,
Sandeep, we're really tough on the 1 minute on you. I forgot to say that. Honda really shouts at me when I let people talk for more than a minute. So, Sandeep, thank you very much for that. We've got 3 minutes of questions. I'm going to start with you, Sean. You're in that sustainability space. And what's your first question for Sandeep?
Yeah, so I think the food waste is a fundamental industry that you should be focused on. Can you tell me just the business model? So the first product, is it in-app, subscription-based, or is it sponsored? What's the business model behind it?
So we do provide premium subscription. At the moment, it's freemium in nature. Like we are using AI to build the weekly analytics that helps the user to be more aware of how they are buying food and wasting food so that they can take a better decision next time they go out shopping. So that will be having far more advanced feature which will be under the subscription. Moreover, we are also using AI to create new recipes to help user to use up their food items that they have bought. And that will also be moving to us like under the subscription as well. Apart from that, although Nuálaithe, the B2C side, which user can download from App Store or Play Store, that is mostly using the freemium or subscription-based services. We also provide B2B service, which is a Nuálaithe solution to help every stakeholders in the whole food supply chain to optimize waste and improve profitability as well. Recently, as a company, we have also developed the world's first AI-powered blockchain framework that helps the every entity in the food supply chain to optimize waste without threatening food security as well. And to help the whole food supply chain, we have also made our intellectual property available as open source. But apart from that, we are working with several food vendors and stakeholders in the supply chain to provide them software solution to help them with optimization of the food waste.
Brilliant stuff. Marianne?
Yeah, I would like to talk about your revenue model. You said B2B sponsors, and you just talked about the food chains. I mean, will you be working with multinational food suppliers, distribution networks, and what kind of revenue model do you hope that they'll help support you with?
Absolutely. So on the B2B side, we provide a whole software solution. So we help them to digitize their food data. And at the same time, we employ machine learning to help them understand how food is being wasted at which stage, especially in their manufacturing facility. So we are providing them the whole software to do this, to perform this. Apart from that, actually on the Nosh app, currently we have a feature called Nosh Shop, where user can buy food at a discounted price.
Sandeep, it must be tough doing this in Zoom and getting cut off by clapping, but thank you very much. You did that really entrepreneurial thing of answering about 5 questions that weren't asked. Let's get it all in there. So, Peter, we'll come to you first next time. Thanks very much, Sandeep. Well done. Now, next up, one of our innovators, Camille O'Malley, couldn't make it today due to COVID. So, in true entrepreneurial style, someone was nabbed at about 9:30 last night and told they were pitching about 12 hours later. So, a big warm welcome to Sian Farrell of Stim Oxygen.
One in 2 people will develop cancer during their lifetime. This terrifying statistic simply means that effective treatments are needed more than ever. But why do our gold standard treatments fail? Well, virtually all solid tumours have low levels of oxygen, and for treatments such as radiotherapy that work by converting oxygen into a toxic weapon against cancer, how can we expect that to work if there's no oxygen there in the first place? If I told you this problem was discovered over a century ago, you might think, how has this not been solved by now? Because cancer is just as smart as we are. But on this occasion, it's been outsmarted by a small and unique company based at the north coast of Ireland. At Stim Oxygen, we've developed a nanoparticle that can fuel tumours with oxygen and boost the effects of many different cancer treatments, particularly radiotherapy by up to 300%. What we need now is £1.5 million of funding to get us through a first-in-human trial. Our fundraising round starts at the end of this year. If you're interested in coming with us, please come and find me, and let's save the lives of people on a global scale together. Thank you.
Well done, Sian, and well done on jumping in at the very last minute. Peter, we'll start with you.
Thanks very much. Sian, my question is really, you mentioned that you can, if you can increase the effectiveness of the treatment by up to 300%, especially with radiotherapy. So I was very interested to know, is it possible then, and we talked about personalised medicine earlier, I think Miriam was talking about it, is it possible then that you could reduce the side effects that come with treatment so patients don't have to get as much treatment that has difficult side effects?
Absolutely. This is something I'm really passionate about because we know the harsh effects of not only chemotherapy but also radiotherapy. And by us being able to provide patients or oxygenate those tumours, we could potentially reduce the dose of radiotherapy given, and we could also potentially reduce the amount of cycles given. So at the minute, someone going through breast cancer could be going through a 3-week cycle of radiotherapy treatment, maybe Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and having to travel very far and wide. Before there was a centre in Derry, in Northern Ireland, people had to go to Belfast, and that's not great that's an added burden to families. If we can reduce the amount of cycles given, it increases their quality of life, but also reduces side effects, as you say. So absolutely.
Great. And Marianne, I think last night about 9 o'clock you agreed to do about at least half the funding round, I think.
Yeah.
So
I was going to sell my bracelet. That was about... Yeah, thank you very much for the ask of the 1.5 for your clinical trial. Yes, I'd like to know, this is nanotechnology, correct? That you're doing with the oxygen injection into the... Is there a device involved? Is it going to be can you just go over the process a little bit?
This is a really important question because of course we've developed a great technology, but it has to be seamlessly translatable into clinical practice. So we've designed this so it can be intravenously administered. More than often, a patient's going to be in hospital, they're going to have a cannula in their arm. All we have to do is reconstitute our vial with our little nanoparticles, shake it up with water, into the vein, goes to the tumour site. So some of our competitors at the minute, they're developing not similar, some kind of similar technologies, but the way they're administered is via an intratumoral injection, which needs MRI guidance and sophisticated techniques just to get the treatment there, whereas we can just pop it into the vein and it gets to the tumour by itself.
That's pretty scalable.
Sean?
I'll go super fast. Use of funds for the 1.5?
Well, so currently with limited funds I have, I'm trying to de-risk the project as much as I can. A big thing will be making sure that we're able to scale up, manufacture our particles. So we'll have to, basically, once you go to a clinical trial, everything has to be GMP based, so good manufacturing practice. I'm doing something similar at the minute without the GMP label, and it could cost me maybe £50,000. Once GMP's at it in front, it could cost you 500,000 just to make sure it's, and of course it has to be well regulated to go into a human. So that's a big part of it, of course, sourcing the clinical site and getting people on board to help accelerate.
Perfect timing. Your time's up. Brilliant stuff. Well done. That's great. And sorry, I should have said earlier on, somebody really wanted to be with us, but again, like someone else earlier on, visa issues meant he couldn't be here, so he was on Zoom. So our third and second to last pitcher is Alphonse Carnicero Carmona. You're going to kick me later on for that pronunciation. Yeah, okay. Alphonse, I'll hand over to you because no one wants to hear me butchering your name.
You would be wondering, who is this guy? He's my father, and he is the reason why I'm here today. 8 years ago, he had a stroke that paralyzed half of his body. After watching him in rehabilitation, when he was struggling, I started a journey to create technology to improve people's life. People with disabilities could walk again if they had a robotic exoskeleton. However, current devices are very expensive, as they cost more than 100,000 euros and very heavy. Therefore, they are only found in large hospitals and are out of the reach of the patient. This is why we created ABLE, a new generation of exoskeletons that are 2 times lighter and 3 times more accessible than current solutions. The technology has been tested by over 100 patients, like Ricard, who is completely paralyzed from the waist down due to a spinal cord injury. We have also performed clinical trials in leading hospitals.
That's your time up. I haven't figured out how to clap and hold the microphone at the same time. Marianne, let's start with you.
Your device looks very light as opposed to some of the other ones that we've seen, with Mark Pollock and other people who have been working with this. Do you use some sort of sensor in the spine that actually triggers the brain in which to work?
No, it just has several sensors, but in the device, nothing implanted in the body of the person.
And the app, does it have something that goes cumulative knowledge that helps, it learns as it goes with the patient?
Exactly,
okay.
Yeah. It goes together with a mobile app that allows to personalize the way the patient is treated and learns in order to set the correct parameters to provide a natural gait.
And this is in the cloud, so it can be cumulative knowledge for any location or hospital or therapeutic center.
Exactly.
Okay.
And from this cloud, then you get, for example, all the sessions from each patient, and you can set up a proper training program to enhance the possibilities of all those individuals to rehabilitate in the most efficient way.
Sean?
So very relevant. I have a daughter who's using similar technology to learn to walk. Is the product scalable down and up? So you have a lot of adults in this. Is it children of any age, or is there a starting point for when people could use it?
Yeah, that's a great question. This first product is for adults. It could be scaled up for people with for child, but the problem then is that a child wants to move. So you need to put some kind of frame or some kind, and then you kind of also lose the sight, because we want to provide this lightness, but if you have a frame around you, then this lightness is not something very important anymore. No? So there are some products in the market for people, for childs, But the concept is a bit different because a child wants to jump, a child wants to move around.
Alphonse, I can see the obvious application for assisting someone to walk. Do you have any plans for applications in rehabilitation or helping people get some recovery?
Yes. This first product is a product for hospital. So our customer is a B2B, the customer is the hospital, and their hospital use this device as a way to rehabilitate the patients. So it has been demonstrated that using robotics during rehabilitation provides better clinical outcomes than regular therapy, that conventional therapy, which is just manual therapy. And it's also more efficient in terms of therapies, which is key because the number of neurological diseases is growing exponentially. So we as a society need to provide a better tool for this.
And you've got 3 seconds left, so I don't think we'll get a last question in. So thank you very much, Alphonse.
Thank you.
And finally, our last picture of the day is someone who probably has the best job title in the room, I think, Chief Dream Officer at Sleepify, Michaela Stephen.
One, 2, 3. In the last 3 seconds, 3 mattresses ended up as waste in Europe. In fact, 30 million end up as waste every year, equivalent to 20,000 stacked Eiffel Towers. The problem? Mattresses are designed to end up this way. But what if they could be designed with no waste in mind? That's the question that got my co-founder and I curious, and that's how Sleepify was born. An award-winning startup creating a circular economy mattress renting solution for hotels. Our mattress is proudly made in the EU with just 2 high-quality materials and features a patented adhesive and product passport for easy recycling. Our carbon footprint is 50% less than conventional mattresses, and our materials can be endlessly reused. No more waste. And we're just getting started. We secured our first investment, are onboarding our first customers, and we're now asking for further investment to grow our team and scale. Come join us and let's put mattress waste to bed.
Well done, perfect timing. All right, let's start at the end.
Thanks very much. My question is really about, you mentioned customers. Who is the customer? Are you selling this direct to consumer? Can I buy one? Or is it hotels? Is it, who is your customer and how are you going to get to them?
Yeah, very good question. So our first customer is B2B hotels, so hospitality industry, for various reasons. First of all, they're overcoming COVID impacts hugely, and they're about to be hit with incoming regulation, especially in terms of the Green Deal in the EU, where they have to become more sustainable in line with ecotourism. So we see this industry as an industry that needs help, and with our solution, we cut their CO2 per room, and we also provide them with premium sleep for their guests. So we're really giving them kind of 2 quality add-ons to the market.
Do you plans to go to consumer, or is it B2B?
For now, we're sticking with B2B. Firstly, mainly impact-driven, to be honest. More impact can be created with B2B at first, but we would eventually go B2C. So one day you can all buy your own Sleepify mattress.
And Sean, that sustainability side is really key at the minute in startups.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's like the other B2B kind of products where they're shipped in a compact foam box. That helps for shipping too. I love the idea of returning, but typically that's the expensive part because it's a fully, rolled out mattress. Is there a plan for that to help with the shipping costs on the back end?
Yeah, so right now we're focused on Austria. That's where we're based. So our market is a German-speaking market, and we transport at the moment with fully not rolled up mattresses because they're too quality driven at the moment to be squished. They're not like foam. Foam is very cheap and a lot of chemicals, and they can roll back up into the shape, but with our spring mattress that's not fully possible, but we do plan to get there eventually. We're at the start, but we want to do that to reduce the CO2 as well. So.
Marianne.
What's your price point right now per mattress?
Yeah, so per mattress about 500 to 600 euros. So we're very competitive on the market.
And what would you need to scale and also to put that price point down?
Yeah, we need to scale by, to scale first of all, we need to get the recycling part of our product in place, which we have already started testing. 75% of it can go back into be turned into a new mattress again, which is basically unheard of on the market right now. So we need to get that much better, which we're doing, and then that can make it more scalable to take the old mattresses and make new ones, but at the same time have our producer as well, who's based actually in the Netherlands and has the capacity to scale with us across the German market. So we're ready to basically hit the market and go. We just need to now prove it with the customers.
What would be your desired price point for their consumer product?
For a consumer product, it would be probably around that 500 to 600 mark as well. We want to make it accessible, but we're not going down to your cheap IKEA offering because we can't, you know, it's a more sustainable product, and by nature it's slightly more expensive.
Diminishes the brand.
Yeah.
Brilliant. That's your time up. Wonderful. Thank you very much. I think we should just give another massive round of applause for all 4 of our pitchers today. I can say as a failed entrepreneur, it's much more fun being on this side of the table than it is on that side of the table, so well done. I just wanted to wrap this up by again going back to that Norwegian word, dugnad. I think whilst you're having your lunch today, think about how you can help any of the 4 speakers today, because they all have amazing businesses, and you could be the person that unlocks £1.5 million or whatever they need. So please do talk to them. I'm going to hand back to Natasha now, and thank you very much.
Hiya, thanks to our judges as well. You're released. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to all participants, everyone that spoke today, and everyone that travelled near to far. I hope you enjoyed your journey and experience in Donegal. To our innovators that are being celebrated, congratulations, and we hope you find a network here in a community that can help you scale and grow. To our event sponsors whose generosity has made this event possible, Udris Nagilta, Derry City and Strabane District Council, Donegal County Council, ATU, Ulster University, National University of Ireland Galway, Open University, Uno Square and Catalyst. Lunch, I'm sure you'll be all glad to hear, is going to be served in the GTEC, which is a fabulous facility that Udris have here. It's located just across the car park. The sun is out, so that's a good news. So you'll have a nice walk across to that space. Catalyst are sponsoring the lunch, and we'll be having a panel discussion with some CEOs who have taken part in MIT's Entrepreneurial Development Programme. A big thanks to the team at GTEC and Udris Nagilta for these great facilities, and not forgetting the powerhouse that is Martine and Conla for putting this all together. So a big round of applause for everyone, and thank you.